馬走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事に心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright, folks, good morning. We have just a little bit left of Europa Universalis for this launch campaign. I've been keeping an eye on my bitrate during the pre-stream stuff, and it's been a little bit shoddy today, so I'm hoping that it's more cooperative than not. I've done basically everything that I can do, short of buying this house to rearrange things myself, which way out of my pay grade. Removed my Wi-Fi adapter, tightened things up, put it back in, unplugged all the things short of the router itself. Rearranged that though to make sure that it's not being blocked by anything more than it already is. So, with luck, we'll have a smooth experience today. If not, it might get a little bit bumpy. But because this is the launch campaign, stapled together over several patches and updates and hotfixes, there are certain things that are locked out to us right now. Primarily offensive war, because carrying this Frankenstein's monster of a campaign from November to now means with all the recalculations, we're never going to get rid of rebels. We have a permanent amount of rebels above 95% progress, and so we can never do offensive wars anymore from this point onwards, except for choosing Crusade target. That is the only way that we could do an offensive war now, is choose Crusade target. And of course the only applicable Crusade target right now is the Mamluks. And the Mamluks have a coalition against me. And so, the plan is to chain this out. Crusade against the Mamluks, which will pull in their coalition against me, which at this point is Mamluks, Ottomans, Tunis, Spain, and France. So, my crusade against Egypt to steal the Holy Land for Christendom will be opposed by Spain and France. France, who holds the second highest number of cardinals in the world apart from myself. And because France will be a co-belligerent, they should draw in Bohemia. And so we're building up now, because I'm expecting this to be an actual World War situation. Mamluks and Ottomans in the east, Tunis, Spain, France in the west, and then Bohemia from the north. And I'll be pulling in Poland and Hungary to help me out. So, To that end, we have more than enough armies to crush down on Spain and neutralize them as a threat. More than enough armies to busy Tunis and keep them thoroughly distracted. More than enough armies to handle the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. Egypt is basically just an excuse. They're not a threat anymore, we don't have to take them. The poor Mamluks at this point, having been battered so thoroughly, are just an excuse to get access to France and Bohemia. Now, if I was doing a fresh campaign, now I can't put too much blame on Paradox for this because this is the launch campaign. I have plenty of other philosophical and gameplay disagreements, but as far as this goes, this is a launch week campaign that's been carried over every single hotfix and patch and update and beta since. So, this endless line of 100 rebels isn't the expected outcome under normal play, I'd imagine. You would probably, to get by this point in a fresh campaign in 1.1 point whatever, either you would get a handle on your domestic improvements as such that all of these won't be rising up, or they will and you fail and you might lose some territory. At least that's what I'm assuming. Some of these have sort of weaseled down to more 0.4, 0.6, 0.5, 0.7. Those are things I'd be more accustomed to in the old patches. But there's still a whole lot of 1 point whatevers. I also think that a lot of the things that shift the ratio of like what the when pops join rebellions, when pops leave rebellions, and the little numerical 0.03% whatevers. I don't think those have been adjusted for the new rebel calculations, so there might be a little something there. But for now, we have 2 guys to take on France. 1 to stay in the Western Alps in case Bohemia decides to sneak on through this way. 3 groups to take Navarra and then protect our Alpine territories in the north. But as I was saying, if I didn't have all these rebels, then... Oh, hold on. Didn't realize I had that up. If we didn't have all those rebels, we could just do offensive wars normally. Destroy enemy. Imperialism. Minus 75% conquer cost. Look at that. And all it needs is 20 spies in Bohemia. We now have the advance that allows us to completely ignore zone of control. So basically what we'd be doing under normal situations is we'd have all of our guys here, right? We'd be blitzing capitals, maybe not so much for the Mamluks, because we don't want to accelerate war score with them. We want to crush everybody else. We're going to be marching up to Paris, marching to Seville. Cosentina is right over there, so that always is target 1 in any war. Marching over to Prague. And killing armies along the way, right? Doing big battles and then sieging their capital, and then spreading out. Of course, I would probably still want to take capital cities for provinces and forts along the way, just for supply, just to keep food okay. As you can see, I haven't been using auxiliaries at all. And I'm quite alright with that, because as long as I take provinces leading up to their capital, I'm still doing good on food, and that's war score. That's war score to my benefit. And since we'll be doing this by way of attacking Egypt to attack the coalition, to attack the coalition's allies, the only thing that the non-primary members care about is occupation. And so I gotta take more of them anyway. 95% Oran. 95% is so many. So it looks like most of this is majority Tunis now, with just a bit of... This is Mozabit. Is this Mozabit or Zanati? I think it's Mozabit. And a bit of Kabalia over here. Look at Hover says right there. It's actually mostly Zanati and some Mozabite. So let's move this guy over. Who else has been rambunctious? We could replace Upper Egyptians with Lower Egyptians. We could replace Bedouin. Bedouin have been rather unhappy with me. Al-Maghrib al-Aswat will switch you over to assimilate to Lower Egyptian. In Sinai first. And Oran. We'll make it extra quick over there. In Tin. T. $60, $40, $20, $30 is all fine. Integration Sinai. Alright. And who's not constructing? Lumber and Soba. I guess that's one good thing about playing the launch campaign. What happened to you? We just lose somebody? There was no death announcement. He must have just moved off elsewhere. I don't see my sister. Did my sister move? Katarina Angio died yesterday, but no death announcement. Huh. Well, that means we now have no crown in cabinet. And we have no head of cabinet either. Noble would give noble satisfaction and noble power. Nobles have some power, wouldn't be the worst. But they only have an equilibrium of 59.79 right now. And Rosello does 25% power and 5 happiness. Yeah, 25 power, 5 happiness. Same for commoners, 25 power, some happiness. Commoner, burger. Clergy. So we don't need a head of cabinet right now. Right now, the priority is to save up some cash. And build up some more of my guys. Rodrigo. I should put an extra army for the Ottomans. But I think it's alright, because I'm not going to need all of these guys over here. $39,000 Tunisians. I see them. I see them right there. That's 39,000 Tunisians on my border. Waiting to attack. They're building up too. Then I guess this guy's gonna go over here then. They'll hide out at Benghazi. And the roads should all be up to railroad already, yeah? It's all up to railroad in the pink. I chose a place that's not actually connected to the railroad network. Look at them go. Look at how fast those trains are. It's basically moving them entirely across in a single day. That is so fast. That is amazing. Now let's see. First, we'll split the transport off. Because I do gotta do more. Why is it this thing on mission? With these guys, I gotta split up my heavy fleets. Egypt, we know, is down to 51 boats, only 11 of which are heavies, so I shouldn't need too much to maintain the Eastern Mediterranean, but I will need heavier fleets out west too. Because while we do have naval superiority, it's still all of them against me, and that's a lot. That's a lot of boats at once. Bardi heading home. Oh, the bank, Peruzzi, Medici, Pro Divini, so I have 10 years now. So, we'll send this boat on over here, and then split it up, I think. We'll have 2 fleets here to help protect in the Aegean area. This is 34 heavies and 14 galleys. 35 heavies and 13 galleys. How's the frontage look for this? Frontage looks fully full. Used frontage 16 out of 11.82, so it's not good actually. 100. You have transport still? No. I guess it's not the biggest misbalance, 16 out of 12. 15 out of 11. 61 in reserve, though. 61 reserve. 8 reserve isn't too bad. 6 reserve. So, you can see then why having these mega stacks does not help me at all. Spain, I don't care. But smaller fleets are faster. Smaller fleets can support each other. Okay, you don't seem to have a mission, Mr. 15 light ships. So let's have you patrol. Around here. To Southern Creeps. What have we got over here? This is heavies. We got 3 heavies already. Is that for my merchants? My patriotic merchants? What's these texts I'm getting? Mom sending just FYI. Someone reacts with question mark. Can you see the attachment I sent? No. Planned emergency alert test. Test emergency alert on their mobile phones. Funny enough, I never get those. Much to my benefit. Okay. So. If we do 30, then that's basically 10, 10, 10. So let's split this. We'll put a new unit. Over here. And a new unit. 0. 2. What's this 0? An 18th Navy of 0 boats. I didn't choose that. Merge you guys up, you crazy. And then 3 groups of 30. It's gonna take all my money. And for this one, $24, and that's all my cash. So that's where this build-up's gonna take a while. 53 Navy Q. Against France, don't care. Sinai's already up to 65% assimilation. .30 minutes and already it's stuttering around a little bit more. Just want to change my map mode. I want to admire how much more proximity I have now. With our naval governors and local governors and a whole lot of railroads. I'm sure pros can get it a whole lot more green than it is, but I like my green right now. Let me do a paranoia check on the bitrate. Still the occasional drop frames, 3.6% of all frames so far, so... It's not as stable as I would like, but it's still doing okay. And it's gonna take ages for these boats to finish. Year? A whole entire year? Basque Patriots. Just 10 years. Maritime presence looking a whole lot better in the Red Sea now. People laugh at our army. While the decision to go for a massed army makes sense to many inside of our country, uncouth foreigners are laughing at us, saying our army is nothing but an undisciplined mob. Let them laugh. Do they see how much our undisciplined mob has taken? I bet it's the Bohemians laughing. They're gonna see. So let me see. If we were to drill our armies, where's that drill button? Requirement not met. Need a commander. So, it drops your morale. Made to its minimum, 100%, so I guess it gets more expensive. Minimum doubled and then plus 25% until cancelled. Monthly experience gain at 250% though. So maybe before we're ready for war then. I'm sure by now everybody's got their institutions in. Enlightenment. Yeah. Everybody's got enlightenment who matters. Industrialization. Levy en masse. France has levy en masse. Bohemia has levy en masse. Tunis maybe. Ottomans, Mamluks. So... it's likely going to be technologically competitive peoples anyway. $130. Do I get a big boost for aided us prior? Relation improving. They were improving on us then? No alliance. Let's see, Cyprus. What kind of people do we have here? Poitevin and Sunni. So, with only a little bit more opinion, they'll agree to be vassal. But they can't because minus 318. They trust me. Different primary cultures, a little bit of a ding. We're in war, so minus 20. Different religion. Border distance. Base 92. Number of subjects with limited diplomacy. I got too many people subjugated. And they're too rich. There's a bit of England in Canada. Are they selling land or are they in conflict? The only conflict they have is with Cahokia. Oh, minus 49%. Did somebody rise up an army? I don't see any opposing armies here. Have they grown any? 0 armies, 6 boats. But speaking of, let's get more of these 2-deckers. Let's put a little bit more from this one. I think it was 4 shorts. Okay, and that should be my navy ready for the World War. Cabinet member Italy committed suicide. So this is for diplomacy. We do in fact have Carlo Angio, Hussite. He'll never be a leader in this case, but he can at least be head of cabinet, crown head of cabinet, for extra crown power, extra legitimacy. The nepotism is strong in Italy. Akastak demands the extra whatever. Corassiers, regular regiment. Another thing I'm gonna have to do is modernize all of my armies now. We got musketeers, we got the flying artillery batteries, and now we have cuirassiers. Let's go for the boats next. Let's get those. Not the bomb cache, that's no, that's a light ship. That does less maritime presence for more cannon. But I don't need that. Heavy frigate does the next light ship up. War score cost -10 wouldn't be too bad either. Here we go. We've already got separation of powers. So power projection. That's transport East India, man. Power projection, 3-decker. For a pretty alright heavy ship. 120 cannon, 60 hull. But then first rate ship of the line, 140 cannon, so 20 more. And 80 hull, so 80 more hull, 2020. Less speed. One less speed. I could live with one less speed. First rate ship of the line. Whole bunch of mills. Wood, pulp, paper. When everyone in the new patch is already suffering the death cycle of lumber, iron tools. benefit of playing on the launch campaign is that things are settled enough by the end of the game that we could bypass the lumber, iron, tools death spiral. We still have the actual hyperinflation because money doesn't disappear anymore, it goes to all of the nobility. And so because currency doesn't leave the economy, they got nothing to do but spend all that on more buildings than the economy could hold. Even the commoners, super wealthy. Clearinghouse. What do you give me? Clearinghouse gives clearinghouse for market attraction? Nah. Modern road cost, road building time? Nah. We could. We don't have sharpshooters. But we have grenadiers, so that's okay. Cabinet seat +1 is locked behind sharpshooters, though. Long rifle hunting to sharpshooters to an extra cabinet seat? March to the sound of guns. Unit ability, but what does it do? But what's the benefit? Don't just give me the flavor text. Should start stacking bonuses too then. Neapolitan army reforms for Naples or 2 Sicilies for more infantry power. We have more infantry, so... let's start getting military bonuses now. Infantry power. Siege ability 20 is all the way down. Assault ability 20 is all the way down. Do we have any other military bonuses I've been neglecting? Bank interest, hussar, supply limit, extra navy morale, supply depot capacity. Army morale's hidden under here, but these are previous era, so they'll be quicker to get. Let's also get that slight tolerance of true faith. Provincial cavalry. Reinforcement speed. Let's get more reinforcement speed. Fort limit, but ignoring anyway. Fort defense 10%. We'll get some combined arms bonuses because we do have lots of combined arms. Bee workshops. Man-powered sailor. Morale attrition cost. Prestige from battles, tradition from battles. We don't even have that. Levy combat efficiency. This is all the way down, so let's do it anyway. And I should probably unlock the different levy types too. Naval damage, quicker army disembark, I'm not gonna need. Okay. So where are those different levy types? Because I don't want feudal levies this late in the game. You do want your majority feudal levies to at least be a little bit not. Okay, starting from Age of Revolutions, what different... Combat speed 10%. Let's also get more bonus versus forts. And yeah, let's get that assault ability. 22 to build up to now. If we have to wait for all that to finish, so we'll just do the next cycle. That'll bring us up to the edge of the 19th century. How's my gold supply? And the Napoli's market looking so far. Napoli market. My gold and silver. Silver is at 0.0. Demand is equal to supply right now. Gold is slowly building up. So, we don't, in fact, have a good amount of gold and silver for minting. Trading. What am I currently trading? There's plenty of options for gold, but it's silver that I need. And nobody's giving silver. We are getting... Well, we make our own lacquerware. Sub-incense from Alexandria. We're getting rid of our supply of porcelain. We're getting ivory in. Nobody's complaining about ivory anymore. Coffee. We're actually getting some coffee. Let's undo the saffron. It's making money at least. But I've seen on the forum that some people are experiencing a kind of endless loop of saffron. But no silver, huh? We do have silver. We got silver coming from here, so maybe if I go to my Tunis market... No. You gotta click this tiny button to select the market. We have silver there, that should be my silver. Can I not export that silver? Look at that, they're maxed out on silver in the Tunis market. But we can't do silver. What if I mint enough to put a bit more strain on silver? Would that then turn into a government need? No. So I have max silver in the Tunis market that I control. I don't have enough silver in the Napoli market that I control. But I can't get that silver to me. Weird. That said suggested, so maybe I could manually go through the market itself and go to the good. Silver in the Tunis market. They have a lot more surplus. No possible markets to export silver to? What are you talking about? Napoli right there is a need. Import from... Why can't I import from here? Tunis market is right there. They have a surplus. Why can't I just say, give me for my own people? Well, Venice is owned by my personal union member. We have lots of good access here. So, I guess we can get Venetian silver. But that is so what? I don't get it. There, how about that then? Balance of silver in Venice, so plus 19. We'll see how that takes myself. Oh, what have we got here? What have we got here? Oh, do not have a railroad going down this way? No, we don't. There. That'll connect it to the modern world. But the railroad ham over here made it a non-issue because they could still zoom on by in less than a week. Arrive today. It takes them only 11 hours to get next door. Damn. Okay, now let's start the expensive process of upgrading these guys. 2,880 only? 6 Gallop Cavalry to Cuirassiers, 6 Hunter to Grenadiers, 6 Musketeer to Grenadiers. That's cheaper than I was expecting, but I do have them in smaller stacks now. I'm gonna be killing my manpower though. I'll also want that maximum manpower before we attack. So it does behoove me to deplete all of my manpower now. To get these guys fully upgraded. Who we got here? Elodia wants to purchase military access. Elodia? Ah, there they are. I see them. Who you fight it against? Suakin? Lam Elodia War. Somalia Elodia War. Okay. They're paying me too, we'll accept. Plague still around? Measles. We have a little bit of a dip from wars and a bit of plague, I think. We still got really good population. What are they building here? Port authorities. Okay, August. How's our silver supply looking now? In Naples markets. Silver is it still at equilibrium? Balance of silver is still equilibrium. 51, 54. Needs and nobles. The jewelers' guilds in Napoli are doing silver-based jewelry. They can do gold, silver, or copper to make the exact same jewelry. Okay. I want to mint more, alright? I want to mint... Look at how much I can mint without even doing inflation. I could get 5,000 per month with no inflation. And if I max it out, it's only 0.2. The problem is the lack of gold and silver in the market. So if I just want, let's see, 9,900. 13,000. And so this is gonna bully my silver. Buildings in Napoli Market. Let's find those jeweler guilds. We got 40 jewelers guilds. Can I just look at them? Can I just look at all the ones that I got? Sports Mine. Napoli Market. Is there an easy way to just list all of my jewelers guilds? I mean, yeah, that's what pressing that button does, but to go through their production methods and change them all. I guess I could change them all from here, couldn't I? Silver, gold, copper. We got loads of copper. It's not worth as much. Oh, we don't have the copper working advance. Well, there's a lot more gold than there is silver, so... We'll switch to gold-based jewelry. We'll wait for a bit. Have it tick, and then say, hold on, cowboy, you're gonna run out of gold soon. We'll stop improving relations with France. Because I want France to maintain high antagonism and stay inside the coalition exclusively so they could draw in their ally Bohemia. That's what it hinges on. Crusade on Egypt, coalition France, ally Bohemia. But there's always a chance that Bohemia says no to the coalition, in which case all this preparation will be for nothing. I mean, I guess it's not nothing. Gobbling up more Tunis, gobbling up more Spain and France. But I want to spit in Bohemia's eye. I want to take Novara and maybe Dauphine for myself. Novara has been a stain since the earlier game. Okay, let's see how my supply of gold and silver is looking now. There should be a drain on gold between shifting all of my jeweler guilds to gold-based jewelry and doing more minting. Yeah, gold's at a minus 128. So that's gonna run out very fast. And silver's at minus 52, so silver's gonna be easier. Okay, let's get more of that Venetian silver. Profit per capacity. Amount of silver per trade. gold we're gonna need a whole lot more of too. And I can't just import for myself. What about for my own people? There. Some more gold. Amount of gold transported this trade. I gotta see myself some whole numbers. Just gonna completely monopolize everybody else's gold. They'll be so happy. I'm gonna be stimulating so many economies now with all these. Okay, let's see what that does for my gold and silver supply. I might not have advantage in all those areas, but given the size of these sell orders and these buy orders, Burgos is lacking in salt. Really? Really, Burgos? Okay. That'd be laborers for... Where's my salt collectors? Salt collectors in Burgos. Oh, we got some of our boats either finished or nearing completion. Okay, 24,000. Who's not upgraded? 5,318. That's a very particular number. They have the same 12.6. I guess they're not fully replenished, maybe? Yeah, that's why. 485 to fully replenish. Look at those funny hats they get. It's definitely a lot more comforting seeing them closer to 50,000 when at max. But of course, everybody else is gonna have more armies too. 145,000 infantry, 27,000 cavalry, 60,000 artillery. So that's a bit over 230,000 alone from Bohemia against 150,000 here. We will have the help of Hungary and Poland, but you see why I want to have a massed amount here. And that's just their regulars, it's not even counting levies. They have no qualms about putting their 255,000 potential levies out of the workshops, out of the farms, out of the fields. And there's my inefficient minting, 90%. In Napoli market, 146, 146. So the balance in Napoli market is still minus 123. Silver, 68. Maybe I should change my minting law then. Because this is a lot of gold and silver. 68 and 123. So I could at best get it down to like 20 something. 55, 29, 24. That's so little though. That's so little, might as well not count for anything. Okay, where's my... Jewelers Guilds, I guess we can do silver based again. What about all those trades I made? Market balance minus 5.8, 5.6, minus 56. Okay, let's go ahead and de-automate those. Oh, look at all these boats! All these boats! I guess inefficient minting is done because it's not giving any hints. How's the strain on my gold and silver looking? 24, 24. And now I have a balance of 6, balance of 18. Yeah. What if I shut off the Jewelers Guilds? Because the Jewelers Guilds right now are the biggest strain on gold and silver. So for gold, minting is giving 24, minting offices, well I guess not then, because minting offices is 2.68, nobles 1.9, counting houses 1.75, then banks 0.19, chanceries 0.1, royal court 0.1, supreme court 0.1, royal gardens 0.05. That's not so much. Silver, minus 40. 16, yeah. So the Jewelers Guild is a whole 16.87 to either gold or silver. $27 just to get an extra 100 per month. $30 boats. Support for dissidents abroad. Levante dissidents. Waste a coin. Look at that. 20,000 for the county of Levante. Where even is Levante? Oh, these guys. That's it? Nah, what a waste of coin. Railroads here taking their time. Mayanga, as with France, get an extra 2.5 legitimacy for saying no. $50,400. Bohemia is gonna be of a monster of a fight just to take Novara and Dauphine. Barry de Wab, a diplomatic hegemon. Pote is depopulating. Where's Potes? Really? Are they sick over here? They got the measles? Smallpox. But they'll be building up resistance pretty soon. Here, since all of our war preparations are going swimmingly, I think this calls for something a little bit stronger than tea. Some root beer. And how much longer for my advances? 3 deckers, first rate, so this is gonna finish in July of this year. Cool. Apostolicae Servitititu. Still plenty of disloyal subjects. Farasan market. Where's Farasan? Sultanate of Yemen. Egypt Hold on, I thought they were already in the coalition against me. Anti-me coalition led by Spain. Were they momentarily out of it? Okay, so apparently the plan wouldn't have worked until now. Spain, France, Egypt, Ottomans, Tunis, and Basra. Basra, why you? You're already A tributary of Egypt. They will not automatically join their overlord's wars. So, Basra doesn't need to be involved in this. They've only got 16 heavy ships. So let's try to talk them out of it. I don't think we should have too much antagonism with Basra. Antagonism's only 85 from 31 antagonism. And so we could make them lose that easily. But maybe as a tributary they automatically join. August of 2091. $80,000 Hungarians here. Well, that's closer to 90,000. 90,000 Hungarians. I want Hungary to bully Bohemia on their eastern and southern border. Yet the majority of their regulars are here in Spain. Why? How do I make them go home? That's all regulars? That's all regulars? That's all regulars. They're ruining my plan. They need to go home. Let me test something. What if I just end military access for Hungary momentarily? Will that force their armies to go home? Because I don't mind. I don't mind them being in my land. They're just in the completely wrong place where they have to be. What are they doing? They're attacking nobody. People in the forum or community or the Reddit act as if, well, you have to make it so Europe is giant-sized and Asia is tiny and Americas, Africa, Pacific have really poor location density because you gotta triage someplace, trim the fat so you have a fat Europe, because otherwise performance is gonna be bad. You gotta make Europe giant, rest of the world tiny for performance. Like all these particles and all these animations aren't nothing. They're not leaving. You know what? I know what it is. It's not going to be the military access. It's the food access. They got 52,000 guys, 37,000 guys in foreign land. If I took away their right to eat for free off my people, then they're gonna run back home real quick. I guess while this loads, I could check on some social stuff. See how Blue Sky is doing. You know, since this is 1.1 point whatever, I did try starting a fresh game last night just for personal time for my own playthrough. And I've forgotten. Like, I like playing the game from after the start onward, but starting the game is such a chore. Like, it's a paradox game, there's always a setup. Like when I play Crusader Kings 2, you start the game, you gotta look around, replace your starting counselors, put them down places, decide who you're going to marry, what your expansion place is gonna be. But here there's a lot of, alright, do I wanna use my starting money on the RGOs? Or on buildings? Do I want to start turning off buildings early in? Because if you play Naples, you're starting off in a money deficit. Because a lot of your buildings just are not profitable. There's a lot more spreadsheeting at the beginning before you can just coast along and start making mistakes. Okay, so Hungary. End food access to feed our armies. Wait. Give food access to... They don't even have food access. They don't have food access, so they're just sitting here. Okay, let's see what the internet has to say. EU5. Neutral armies in my land. Land my armies on an island? No. Movement through neutral territory? No. AI vassal army stuck in neutral territory after war? Maybe. Oh, this is for 2021, isn't for this though. But there is a lot of backbone familiarity between EU4 and 5. So maybe there's something similar here. Playing an England game and PU'd France by winning the 100 Years' War, smooth sailing in Europe after that, but in a Brunei started war with Hungary. It was Burgundy's ally, few fights, crushed armies, France sends her armies across HRE to fight them. So pretty much sieging on a Burgundy, I break Burgundy, grab my choice non-HRE provinces, get peace, so far so good. Now AI France is 50 units stuck in the middle of Austria. Attritioning, I'm not sure how to get them back. Similar problem, get my entire army stuck in a landlocked Persia, no hope of escape. This is a 2013 threat actually, so this is like launch EU4. Then why did Google say this is a 2021 threat? Oh. The one above is 2021, this one's 2013. Well, what about EU5 ally army stuck in my land? A lot of this is about your armies being stuck, which doesn't help me out at all. And this 113 here is transports. Transports. We'll put these transports down here. And since I'm wanting these to be in stacks of 30, look at that, I got 2 of my 30 stacks. I feel like I want more. This is digging into my money though. Having power projection. Okay, then 5,694 must be the monthly oscillation to trade. Salima market. Is down over there. Soba market is down over there. So Soba and Salima. Whoops. I wish this was in some kind of order. It's very obviously not mathematical, or it's not in alphabetical, and it's not in market value. So, Soba and Salima. Soba market. Can we just import more lumber? Is there not enough capacity? Alexandria. Why am I looking at salts? Soba market. Lumber. Import lumber. Transported this trade is 5.42. Excellent. That Soba market, how about... Salima. Lumber. No trade capacity. 3.36 is not enough. Okay. But at least we got some lumber for over here then, starting next month. Yeah? Yeah? Still no lumber? Well, I tried. It said 5 per month going through, but I guess it lied. Maybe somebody else had a bit more advantage. And so my buy order didn't complete. Voice of Carlo Angio. Carlo is a Hussite, so I can't bring him over to use him. And even then, the extradition means death. Where's he in? Olgan? It seems so many of my Angios are going to Olgan. And Olgan seems like the... Spain? What if you got all of your guys, 18,000 guys and 53,000 boats? 3 heavies, 19 transports, 21 heavies, and 10 light ships to guard it? What have you got, Spain? North Chicana Spain War to liberate North Chicana? And a France-England war. Ooh. England is also suffering with Bohemia's tendrils. Cabinet member, Lucio. Diplomat from Suakian. Suakian is trying to spy on us? Okay. Not too many good multi-statters, so I guess we'll just take Anselmo Esposito. Na 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 na. Hit 49% again. I'm surprised for as long as this war's been going on. For 10 years now, actually. 10 years of this rebellion. 10 years of this rebellion keeping all these other rebellions from firing. And there hasn't been a call for peace yet. That's the most surprising thing for me. Okay, 74,000 monies. What I think I'll do, one is, what's the next thing in queue? The 3-decker, then the first rate ship of the line. This finishes in August of next year. And then 1 year after for the first rate ship of line. Parliament should be next year too, right? Yeah. Parliament next year, I might change the minting law. In general, I like what gold and silver minting had on offer. But now that I see that even with export prohibited, I cannot hold on to enough gold and silver to mint. Boruga asked for it against France? Nah. More free legitimacy. And would you look at that? Manpower is almost at max. Practically 1.5 million. What's this do? Maritime presence, which is already... Oops, no, come back. Which is already very present. There's a few bits that are stalling out. How come? 75, 67. Where's my boat? Where's my guy that's supposed to be here? You guys have your missions, right? You're all doing your stuff? Okay, just missing my guy for this area. We got a merchantman over here. We'll set your route to patrol. Tunis and Sicily will be your routes. Now let's build fleet to you. Some 2-deckers to keep you safe. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the rest of your frigates for light shippery. "20 light ships will be enough. One little boat by itself trying to patrol all this. Hijazi Patriots, Cairo, Suez, around that area. Still stalled for wood here. I thought we were importing wood in Salima Market. I guess it was Soba and not Salima, right? Salima Market, we couldn't get wood. Oh, there we go. Now it's giving us Damascus Sham. Baghdad. Rasanga. Nothing for things Ayo. Let's get from Damascus Sham. But Soba's also still missing one lumber. Saint Helena. Saint Helena? Little island Saint Helena? Where's Saint Helena? He made Saint Helena a colony of its own. Do they want manpower or money? They just want manpower. Maybe that'll keep some of their boats busy. Maybe they'll be dumb and do total war and send all of their army down to St. Helena. They're currently doing the France-England War. Maybe now is my time to strike. Foreign trade competition rises, new tariff to get mercantilism and burger satisfaction. No new tariff for free trade. Mercantilism gives cheaper trade maintenance. Produced in market impact for production efficiency if the good is produced in the market. Less trade efficiency. More market protection. Or is free trade. Less produced in market impact because all those goods are being traded around. More trade advantage, more trade efficiency, less market protection, more burger trade capacity. Let's just keep the burgers happy for now. The free trade and mercantilism scale is kind of at the moment. I'm not getting too much advantage or disadvantage right now with this small size. We're getting more cores over in northern Italy. I should start coring up Sardinia too. Replacing them with proper Neapolitans. And now we'll just go through the Gallo Italics up here first. Okay. I want to be absolutely sure of my protection when facing Bohemia. Let's see, we're the number 2 power in the world still. 3785 against Great Wu. 4095. So it's only 710 away between us. Diplomatic hegemon requires diplomatic reputation. I've only got 11.26. I don't know how Bohemia's got so much. We got military hegemon, 992,000 regulars to overpower me. I have 902,000. Great Wu has 569,000. Bohemia has 202,000. We got so much. Navy. Great Wu has 445 heavy ships. I have 406 heavy ships. I need 489 heavies to become the naval hegemon. So if I just aim for 500, I should be safe. An economic hegemon is Great Wu. Bohemia has 11,180. Monthly income from tax and trade. Hungary has 14,000, I got 18,000. Great Wu's got 29,000. I need 31,000 to overcome economic hegemon. Not gonna happen. Could I curry favors? Opinion is less than 10, so no favors with Bohemia. I can't force him to speak Neapolitan. Roanoke demands extradition? Nah. Improve with Mali as much as they can. Mali now no longer hates us. April 1775. I'll end this war once we start our crusade against Egypt and everybody else of the coalition. For now, boats on patrol, but they're not doing much of anything there. Given the neglect of my maritime presence in the area. Let's put another army over here. Production? No. Army. Recruit regulars. Grenadiers. 12 grenadiers. Six cuirassiers. And then flying batteries. And that'll be about 20,000 regulars for the anti-Bohemia force. If that seems like a lot, it's because it is. But I know I'll need that much to safely go against Bohemia. And 50,000 left over. Should I build more railroads around? How's my railroad network in the Alps looking? I see pink all around. Except for in Bormio. Bormio, let's connect you to the network. Sure, also wasn't connected. At least not to here. And nor to little Masoko. Railroad through the Alps might help the enemy as much as it helps us, but... I want my guys to be able to fly through easily. And they will. Look at, I'm trying to build next door, and it wants to go all around the world first. Cool your tits, cool your tits. I'm just trying to put a road up, alright? Got a 12,000 again. $35 heavies, 33 heavies. And this will be a new navy. We'll put, let's see, 11 more boats. $29 here only. One more heavy. I don't know where that just... Oh, there it is. The 0 wasn't showing up yet, so I thought that clicking here just made some other random spot. It does that sometimes. You click, and because it's technically hovering over the market instead of the location, it just puts in some weird spot instead. It's occurred before. Bedouins quickly becoming lower Egyptian here. Since lower Egyptians I'm cool with. Overnat Patriots. In August, we'll get the 3-decker. Are these guys not gonna... I said build 2, didn't I? I put a merchantman on patrol the seas. Okay, let's one by one and send these guys on over then. For these guys. 24 armies selected. We'll keep them close together. Look at those. 28,383 Novarans. They know what's coming. Banten demands extradition. There's my 3-decker ship. Okay, now that these guys are together. Guess now you need more orders, because now you're a new navy. There. Now go patrol, ya goobers. Who's not preparing? Salt in Alexandria Market, really? You can't have that. Oh, this is Alexandria? Well, great news for over here for Brigade Industry. There it goes. So thin! We could also collect salt up and down the Nile. What's this? Royal marriage from Alba? Maria? But if I suggest it, they're like, nah, let's not. Cyprus just got gobbled up. Is it Egypt again? Ottoman Cyprus War. Well, cool. We could take Cyprus away from the Ottomans. When time comes. Panama gets a momentary 10 liberty desire, but it doesn't matter because everyone's at 0 loyalty anyway. Senato time? Cologne wants a royal marriage. Any Angios free to marry? No. Then how about somebody with okay stats? Ezio di Kawali? Sure. What's this? Artist. Courier. General. Courtier, I mean. Have they expanded the group of people I could marry out to? Let's see, Filippo's currently leader of Sarata, but your kids are in their 40s and not related enough to marry. I gotta start dying so we can get to him before the line just dies out completely. We might finally lose Angios by the end of this, because we have few Catholic Angios remaining. We can't marry the Angios we have. Let's see. Integration process. Opera House in Cairo University. Support the state. Okay, let's do integration process. But I've gotta pee, so before I mess around with the Senato, let me grab a BRB and make myself some more tea. And then we'll see if I'm ready to take on this giant coalition when I get back. Alright, got my tea. And even got reservation done for Valentine's Day. Boyfriend gave me the task of getting reservations a month ahead of time. He's forgetting that this is a small town in Northern California, and there's plenty of restaurants, and there's plenty of other towns around with plenty of restaurants, and so, you know, it's not exactly super dense. But that's task out of the way. Figured I'll do it during BRB. I was gonna call them last night, but the phone kept ringing. Called them during BRB. It's no problem. Easily done. They were even being extra nice, and it's like, is there any special request you want for this or that? It's like, no, it's okay. I just want to make sure the table's available. Well, that's cool of them. So. I didn't do my special... I got 1 day without special taxes now. I forgot that we had Sanato when we left for BRB. And -5 Sanato support. Oh well. So... starting off in a deficit to support. Demand for new monastery, support free... Yeah? The burgers want free subjects, of course. I want free subjects. 55%. Shake up army academy to lose 5 army tradition. Okay. And Toll Castle complaints. They're telling me all that I want to hear. Okay. 88% will do additional taxes. Which is why I tend to do my Sanato on the last day of the month. So I have an extra tick for the taxes. But I completely forgot we had the Sanato when I came back from BRB. So we lost the extra tick. Get nobles up to 50%. Burgers taxed to the moon. Commoners. I can tax them to the moon also. But I'm nice. I'm nice, and I want to do a progressive tax whenever I can. So commoners, I'll keep at 45. Burgers will carry the brunt at 66. Nobles will be at 51.2, the fuckers. And that'll be good enough special tax for this year. And then let's see. Only law change I would care about. Absolutism if we force parliament issue. We don't have autocratic parliament type. Set support in Sanato to 100%. So wait a minute. With liberalism, one of the benefits is that there's less parliament request support needed. And so with a whole lot of bonuses, we've been enjoying 13% support required. Because nobles keep chipping away my liberalism, it's all the way up to 14. So you can get it, like what, 10% maybe? And so I've been liking liberalism in part for making the Sanato support request super cheap. But if forced parliament issue set support to 100% every single time, then you don't really need to do parliament agendas, do you? You could just set Sonata support to 100%, ask for a couple of stuff, and then maybe do a few extra things to top it back up if it goes under. Although, if you want to force Parliament issue to 100% and you don't have all the bonuses that bring it down, Liberalism -5. Constitutional Parliament -25. Okay. So without liberalism, it'd be -30. So it wouldn't be too far off. That'd be like 19, 20? 19 or 20% to ask for something. So a couple of things you can do per Senato if you just force it to 100%. There were a few parliaments where we were asking for like 3, 4 stuff and really rapid firing stuff out because of all the support we had and how cheap everything is now. But if you could just do that, then absolutism isn't too bad either. Happier estates would be even happier if the nobles didn't keep chopping my liberalism down. It was at or close to 100, but then when they're at low satisfaction, every so often you get nobles or babies, -20 or 25, and now it's only 54. But then absolutism revoke privileges, but after a point, the only privileges they have are ones you want anyway. Well, I guess absolutism plus communal would make it super cheap. Doubled crown power. Less happy estates, but pops are less likely to join rebels. I think that's less because they love having an absolute ruler, and more because they are frightened of you. But let me see. The only law I would consider changing right now is a coinage law. We're doing gold and silver right now for the extra minting threshold and the 10% income from minting. And I figured I got gold mines, I got silver mines. They're not in the Napoli market, but I've got them. But gold and silver combined with all the minting I can do completely drains my supply of gold and silver. We could do gold only. Still get the 10% income from minting, but gold impacts inflation. But it does mean I don't have to share with silver. If we do gold only or silver only, then all of my silver could go to minting or the jeweler shops, and then vice versa. We could do bullion instead. Minting threshold +2. Gold and silver gives a +3. Income +10 still. And then copper and silver for bullion. So let me see what my copper is like in the Napoli market. Balance of copper. 5% of a 1472 stockpile. Okay. So we don't have a lot of copper. All those imports. Plus 3.62. Silver. Minting offices, needs a noble. So there's not as many things asking for silver, but I don't have as many import sources for silver either. So maybe we'll go gold. and leave silver for the jewelry shops. Yeah. Okay. Excuse me. And so right now it only uses up gold. I don't have any inflation right now. It's still making so much money. Now when do I get my first rate ship of the Lions? Next September. I'm going to be going for overkill here. Let's see how the frontage looks for these guys. 30 heavies and 30 heavies alone. Even that is in excess of their current frontage. So I think this is okay. I think this is more than okay. It's gonna be maximum guns at the forefront. Another cruise going around. How's my maritime presence looking? A little bit more recovered. 70 is way too low. 80 is too low. Gained 40,000 to put my noble estate satisfaction into the 20s. No. Give them 5% satisfaction. I'm already making bank. I don't gotta worry about selling titles to make ends meet. Oh, poor city of Famagusta, and that's it for Cyprus. Or city of Nicosia. Insufficient minting? Really? Am I putting too much pressure on gold right now? 140 demand for gold in Napoli market. Balance of minus 108. Okay. Back to trading for gold in Napoli. It doesn't count it as government needs though. Gotta go to imports for profits. Piacano has a balance of plus 1531 a month. Miani is in deficit, plus 29 a month. Wish I took these decimals out. That doesn't matter. Chitages is 59. plus 29. Kuskatan gets plus 13. Hahahi plus 10. Galactica 5 only? $54 in para. What'd I press? I pressed a button, they all went... I pressed in the middle somehow, and they all went down. What the heck? The heck? $36, $45, $23, $21, $85 from Venice. Alright. We'll see if that doesn't top things off next month. Two deckers don't realize you're supposed to join this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And let's see if joining these guys together doesn't erase their patrol order. Patrol order still maintains, okay. Minus 90. Okay, all those trades aren't getting me a whole lot of gold. Gotta find a good balance for my minting. My manpower is almost back up to max already. $61.58, getting slightly better. Only minus 39 balance of gold now. Ugh. So let's bring you down to 50 then. It's a little bit more minting than I was able to do with silver and gold together, which is something at least. Have these jerks got more army? They do. Just saw them pop up. How about the new guys here? They can go right down right quick. And from Lanago, we have railroads the entire way down. Mosque established, Miliana. Sunni believers, Miliana established a new place to serve as their house of worship. The mosque is a new, clear center of the community, will likely attract greater numbers to settle there, also facilitate local conversion of the entire area. The new mosque is part being funded by many Moroccan traders active in the region. In our government, some worry, this might lead to undue influence for them of their religion. Isolated community for 10 years, 5% pop conversion, and Morocco's unhappy? Gained 0.25 development, lose 20% control, gain expanding religious influence, development, and join rebel threshold down for 10 years. Sure. That's more population for us. Oh, they ran away. They ran away and liberated here. Even max speed isn't fast enough. It's because of all the hour by hour. Makes the days go by a little bit longer. The hour by hour is mostly useful for partitioning out the combat speed. That's basically the primary reason of it. The hour by hour ticks are basically just so the fighting has more granularity. So it's not just day by day fights. Egypt's got more armies going around. You got armies all the way out there, Egypt. You rely to the Ottomans, but you're not doing anything way out there. "38 heavies. We could take them. Benedictus Deus. We'll say, yeah, sure. One Navy queue remaining. 1 week to go, just to top this guy off to 30. Let's see how our hegemons look now. Navy hegemon. 423 boats behind 438. So we're still behind him on heavies. But not for much longer. Let's see. This is heavy and galleys. Take these 4 heavies off. Not build 2. And then build more to here. So 26. 26. We'll do war galleons for now. But you know what? No. Because it's almost September. 8, 9, 30, 31. And there is my first rate ship of the line unlocked. So first let's do upgrades here. Not import. Oh, I thought I put import. $5,600 to upgrade. 2 war gal to 3-deckers? To 3-deckers only. So not to first rate ship of the lines. I guess that's Really? Now I know they unlocked because they were right there. If I let it tick for a bit first. Three-decker. Three-decker. Advance has been researched. Unlocks first-rate ship-of-the-line ship. Unit type, heavy. So we have it. And it's not like I'm missing naval supplies, tools, lumber, cannons, copper, or tin. Special regiment, which is either unique by country or event. But if I could research it, then surely it applies to me, right? Requires three-decker. We got it. Heavy ship, heavy ship. Okay, October. What if we wait for a month first? Bulgarian Patriots. Sinai Finnish integration. Three-deckers. And cannot directly build the ship of the line. Now it does say, as a special regiment, unique by country or event. By event would make me think, maybe by getting the advance it unlocks events that give them to me once in a while? Maybe? But that can't be right. Because by country, first-rate ship of the line. EU5, first-rate ship of the line. 2 months ago, Reddit REU5. Oh yeah, we haven't unlocked the naval base building. Let's see. Naval base? We didn't bother going towards since we've already got pretty good naval infrastructure, but it could just be that's what I'm missing. If it was required for its construction, you'd think that the naval base would be before the three-decker and first-rate ship of the line in the first place. I think the game is perhaps a little bit confused in that matter. So we don't get the first-rate ship of the line then. Three-decker's alright, it's only a difference of 20 for cannon and hull. I would have preferred supreme naval domination, but I'll take what I can get. Any of you guys hiding in port instead of doing your duty? Plenty are. So those 5 boats are going to upgrade for them. What's available here? Some cog? Hulks, cogs, and brigs. Okay. Still have cogs in 1776. $4,800. 4,800. What are you missing? A light ship? Build 1 light ship to you then. Frigate? Forget about it. You're not on patrol. What are you doing? These guys are, and you're doing nothing. The heck, man? He's so lucky that he's got such a small area of responsibility. Alright, it's plenty of upgrades. So, our military. Our army is fully upgraded and is more or less the stack sizes that I want. Our navy is working on it. Alright, also forgot the empty cabinet slot because Sinai finished integrating. So who else to integrate? There's not too many places left to integrate. Let's do Macedonia next. .25 out of 4.83. Greeks, how much to accept you? 1.68, so definitely not. I could remove some of our other accepted or tolerated, median. Median areas are heavily Neapolitan now. I would have to wipe them out further to ensure I still have access to my manpower buildings there. Turkish uses 0.46 just for tolerance, and that's alright. Emilian, 0.05. Let's get rid of them. We're assimilating them anyway. Lombard, 0.05. No more tolerance for Lombardism. Venetian, 0.05. Tuscan. We like Tuscans, but there's not a whole lot of them. Provençal to accept is 0.57. We could afford 0.57 now, and then convert all of these lands and French lands over to Provençal. They're not enough of the population though, so that'll have to be an ongoing campaign. %, 80% is plenty. So let's... These are my diplomat guys, right? Assimilate pops into culture, into Provençal. I'm technically we're more Neapolitan here, so let's fuck up the other French cultures instead. Let's do it by area first. Who's doing the area? Sinai? Gascony? Let's do Gascony first. Gascony to Provençal. Where'd you go, Provençal? 0%, 0%. So assimilating province does double the progress of assimilating area. So I find it helps to do both at once. Minus sailors, is that for repairing all of my fleets that are now at 0% for having done upgrades? Ship repairs, minus 18,000. Now, as far as you, 56 Navy, let's get 26 more 3-deckers on you then. Complaints about bailiffs. Lose 5 prestige. Lose 5 commoner satisfaction. Destroy the bailiff and lose noble satisfaction. What's 5 prestige? We'll get it back anyway. Right now, prestige has actually turned into a pretty reliable resource. That wasn't always the case. Akastak demands extradition. I'm not gonna pay them 15,000. They could enjoy 10 Liberty Desire. That's their loss of Republican tradition for asking. $2,000 money made per month only. Income is 6,000 or 5,000 over expenses. So how's that 2,000? I know math isn't my strong suit, but 26.9 minus 20 and 7. Okay, here it says 23,000. So it's this number that didn't update yet. Navy maintenance getting huge, Army maintenance gonna get bigger. $50 added to the demand for gold. Current balance is minus 0.76. So I'm still not building up a surplus of gold like I like. Is there nobody else I can get more gold off of? Balance of gold in Piaco is plus 16. All of my imports is going to be gold. Gawatika, plus 4. Nayani, 16. 46. And 6 is the most I can get off of you. Chitage is 48. Koskatan, 12. Or 597, haha hey. 10. Or 6. Para has 54. And that's all my gold imports available. Cabinet member died out. Assimilation. Amerigo Costa. Marino di Scalea. 2 years younger, slightly better stats. Smyrna earthquake. Unfortunate. It's not like I'm actually going to put investment into the buildings there or anything, because I don't know what's broken. So, it's no skid off my back. Hey, we finally died! Sad news, Queen Margherita II d'Anjou died at the age of 70. Her late apostolic majesty died of the navy as a port at Kimanuk. Her cowardly conduct of the battlefield shall forever be her legacy. She was craven and indulgent. Queen Maria Angio now rule her glorious country. Her tutors could not make a great woman out of her apostolic majesty. We hope ruling her great country will. 1431-17. Heir is now Filippo, who's 66 years of age. Greedy. Obsessive perfectionist, so less legislative efficiency. Less prosperity. But he's Catholic, so... Okay. The leader during war. We gotta put her down on the biggest fleet we got. I don't like just shipping them off to Indonesia, though. So let's split this up a little. 144. Split this in twain. And now the biggest fleet. It won't tell me what the biggest fleet is. But we got 133. And 113. So, her duty will be carrying on this ship. This is a 47th Navy. We could abdicate. Okay, we're gonna abdicate. 42 prestige and 8.4 legitimacy. Poland, no. Hold on. There was no warning about that. She only abdicates from Italy, but not from Poland and Hungary. Well, that sucks. How far back am I going then? June? I can do June. Man, so I can't even abdicate. She's retiring to only lead her lesser crowds. I would have thought that abdicating means she retires completely from every crown she holds. Well, let's see what snap I was sent 3 hours ago. We wait for this to load. Various discords up in arms about Discord being dumb again. No, it's Wailuchi. Cool art, they're alike. Smyrna earthquake. Okay, that wasn't too long ago. So basically the only thing we've missed out on is some unpaused time. "70 years of age until she died." So, will she die faster? You notice I have not been picking up on many or any of the advances that give longevity. Maybe it's different in republics, but you kind of want your kings and queens to die off. Would you look at that? The Jochid tribal kingdom is getting gobbled up by the minor tribe of Kremenskaya. Is this just some kind of civil war between them? Second rebellion? Which means Kiev is probably going to stay inside their tributariness regardless. We got our boats building to here. And the The old gal's still not dead. Baragazal against Spain, nah. So we bypassed her death. Man! She's 71 years of age now. Could I die already? I need to die here so a weaker ruler could take the throne and then she could die. Is there a way to assassinate my younger sister? Can I build a spy network in my own land? I can't build a spy network in myself to send assassins after my sister. Oh well. And my younger brother is 60 years old already, so even if I get him to divorce his wife and then marry somebody younger to squeeze out kids, he's pretty due for dying himself. Kiev, you sure I can't join your thing? Kiev would have been independent a long time ago if they fired their independence war while I was still part of their movement. Why would they want 900,000 regulars to help them when they could have the Ottomans, or Mainz, or Norway all the way up there? Everybody else is dying but me. Maybe I should just do this war now then. And then minting and efficiency. Really? $8.45 still. What about all the trades I've been making? Those trades are still in existence, aren't they? Niani is at a deficit of gold. Safala has 45. 14. 46. Take some more from them. We'll just take half of that. Praha is balanced. We've only got 9.87 supply. Para 54. Rio Preto's only got 1. Who's missing salt now? Alexandria missing salt again. Plus 48. I don't see more armies on them, they just got more boats. I think their extra boats is giving them a bit of military confidence. Okay, more salt for Alexandria. +0. And then +0's in the green. Okay, all markets shown. Let's make sure all fruit orchards are subsidized. All salt collectors subsidized. Sheep farms. Steel mill don't need subsidization. They're already doing phenomenal everywhere. Let's make sure fishing villages all are subsidized, farming villages all are subsidized. Okay. So, Cardinal nephew from the Pope asking us to appoint his relative to Venafro as a cardinal. It's a common practice, but blatant nepotism. Venafro gains a cardinal seat, though, and we gain 20 religious influence. Would not facilitate nepotism of the church for 5 prestige. Well, as far as the church goes, France has 7 cardinals, the Pope has his 1, Poland has 1. I've got 18. I don't need to beg for more anymore. And we have 309 religious influence. Nah, we don't need to facilitate nepotism. If this was earlier in, we would definitely say yes to get the bonus cardinal seat. Gascon Patriots, Macedonia, South Island. Oh, poor babies. They'd gone Scottish. Scottish, French, and a little Spanish in descending order. Who to integrate next? There's not too many places left to integrate. Balearics we haven't yet. There's still a no man's land. Let's do Gascony next. We're already trying to assimilate the people there into proper provençals. 28%, 13%. Is that enough to embrace Provençal as an accepted culture yet? They're not equal to 2.5% of the population. They're currently 1.8, or 1.18 I mean. Either 1.18 to the either 2% of the population or 1 million Provençals. We're working on it. .5 or 2.25 salt in Alexandria. morale. Then next we got supply depot, trade headquarters, unimportant. Should we do it then? Should we start this war? This world war that should hopefully encompass Bohemia. Bohemia's got 3 wars going on. They're helping out in the Dagarur War. They're helping out in the Myanmar-France War. And the France-England War. And as we've seen before, when we do Crusade against Egypt, their coalition does join in. And the coalition has Egypt, and Spain, and France, Tunis, and Ottos. And so France should be able to call in Bohemia. Okay, died at 71 now. And even though we can abdicate, it doesn't abdicate from all her thrones. She's 70 years old, so there's a chance that she might die and pass it on down to Filippo. There's always a chance. But they're all Filippo too because he's the last line of Catholic Angios. And he's 67 years old. Alright. So... Right. Gotta split this up. I don't want them just hide in Indonesia anymore. Split the transport boats off. And then just split this in half, with one half going over here. And now that it's too small, and we put them in this navy over here. 47th Navy. She's in Poland right now. Poland is currently considered the superior. It's the Italian Union. Italy is a senior partner. Italy is a number 2 great power. Then Hungary 6, Poland 20. What is she doing as Queen of Poland primarily? Queen of Poland, then Hungary, then Italy. Sometimes it gets confused. She lives in Poland. She lives in Poland. That's the worst part about personal... Well, there's many things about personal unions, but the most immediately frustrating for me is that sometimes it's not just unions, it's also fiefdoms too. The one time that our queen, instead of living in Italy, or our king was then, instead of living in Italy, he decided that the one location Neopatris feudal fief was more livable than Napoli. A few ticks, and maybe she'll decide to live in Italy instead, but I have doubts. I think that she's just gonna be considered foreign to herself and stay in Poland. EU5, hold on. EU5 lives in other country. King just became king of 5 other countries. What do I do? That doesn't sound right. My ruler became a courtier in another country. Paradox Forum, November 7. My king just became king of 5 other countries. What do I do now? Top comment, suffer the union system. Ruler became courtier in another country. Bug reports. Playing Holland. Ruler married to the heiress of the Duchy of Brabant. Yada yada yada. Unpause the game within 2 months. Get notification. My army needs a general. Turns out my ruler and his family, wife plus kids, moved to Brabant and became courtiers there. Locked me of interactions and setting children's education. Ruler now lives in a foreign country. Q-Loc, Star Platinum, can't seem to reproduce the issue. As of November 6th. Same thing in Holland, yada yada yada. So funny to read. We've now confirmed the issue, added it to our database. November 7, 2025. Same thing happened playing in Hungary, 1.0.2. I've been playing as Ottomans. Consistently same issue as OP. Edit number 2, upon further testing, seems a ruler moving to High Nile is related to the great power score of both countries with the same PU. Seems different to OP's issue, made a separate report here. Ruler and family leaving court to rule AI country when certain conditions are met. From testing, seems related to great power score of both countries at a PU. If mine drops to become lower... No, but this isn't about lower though. This is us clearly higher than Poland. 10 times higher than Poland. But she wants to live there instead. So, I'm thinking / hoping that after a few ticks, she'll just pop over and it'll be fine. August? August? Has her queen moved over? She has. Okay. Just needed ticking down for her to decide, wait a minute. I don't like the drapes in Krakow. 47. You'd think this would logically be a numerical order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And so I gotta scroll to the 40s to get to the 47th Navy. You'd be an idiot for thinking so. Because it's doing it alphabetically instead of numerically. Which means instead of going from 0 to 100, it's going from the value of the leftmost one. So it would go 100, and then 12, and then 1. How on earth did they do alphabetical numericals? I can't even imagine. What do you mean not leading the largest army or navy? That's 113. Show me an army or navy with more than 113. It's just got a tick. Unmarried children. 48, 45, and 40. We'll just marry them off to whoever. Carlo Angio, do you want a kid? Carlo is Hussite anyway. My kids are Hussite, so doesn't matter regardless. We'll just marry them to the first age-appropriate one that I see. $47, Massimo. Giovanna, 40 years of age. Hussite. She might produce at that age, so Carlo is also Hussite though. So maybe it'll at least be a chance of more NGOs, but no, what I'll do is leave I would prefer if Carlo had managed to marry himself off, but he won't. And we can't marry him off either. Great nephew. Now I know that a lot of this is down to trying to optimize the game sub. The shitty way they optimize is by putting an entire world's worth of locations in Europe and then shrinking everybody else. But the fine, understandable way that they optimize outside of that is by trying to limit the number of characters all over the world, because every single country has its own court of characters and they're all getting married and they're all making babies. And you multiply that around every single country and that's a load on the game, right? And so they try to mitigate that by doing a few systems since launch in who's allowed to marry, who's not. At first it was, you have to marry all of your nobles, because if you don't, they never will. And so you have to do the chore of being Tinder for everyone, the royal Tinder. Just to make sure you still have courtiers 50 years from now, 100 years from now. But one, Paradox did not want you to be the royal Tinder. And two, you make a whole lot of characters that way when you're marrying everyone. It's feast or famine. Either you don't marry everyone and you run out of people, or you do marry everyone and you get too many people to marry into each other. And so they said enough, and they made it so you could only marry members of the Crown faction who are eligible for a royal marriage. And then for every other NPC, they'll calculate whatever, basically how many married adult men there are. And if there's fewer than the threshold, they'll randomly marry somebody. If they're over the threshold, then nobody's getting married until some old guy dies off. And so for the most part I can understand that, even though it does also lead to a lot of feast or famine, where first you have young people getting married, and then those young people become old people, and then for a generation and a half nobody could get married because you have a bunch of 60 and 70-year-olds who haven't died off yet. And because those 60 and 70-year-olds have not died off, your 20 and 30-year-olds cannot get married. And then, by the time the old folks die off, the young folks are now 40 and 50. And even if they get married, they're not producing any kids. And so you get waves of eligible marriages, no marriages, old folk getting married, the old folk die off. And by then, you've probably either populated or migrated it in a few other 23-year-olds, then they get married, and there's your next marriage for the next 2 generations. But insofar as the player's own family, I think they're too strict. Royal marriage, yes, no, is a very, very strict requirement. It's basically only the immediate family of the current ruler. So if you're doing any kind of elective, you're basically gambling with the availability of cousins, whatever, because they're too far off to marry, so you can't marry them. And it also disqualifies nieces and nephews from being able to select their marriages, and so you get situations like this, where you have a lot of daughters, you have a lot of sisters who have a lot of daughters, and because for whatever reason my daughters have all turned out Hussites, they're kind of worthless to me because the law of the land is only same religion could inherit. And so it'd be nice if I could marry my nephews to ensure the line continues, because my brother's children are all Catholic, but I can't do anything with them, which also touches into another issue. That you could change your culture to match the culture of the land, but you can't change your religion. I don't know if that's to avoid some kind of exploit. But given the politics of religion for these rulers, at the very least, choosing to say, okay, I'm Hussite, but Italy's Catholic. Let me either spend a bit of currency to become Catholic, and the people will like that their king decided to match their faith, or maybe it'll be like culture, and if you don't change it to match the local culture, then the people are wary of you. Here's a penalty unless you choose to shift. Especially if the law says you have to be same religion or same religion group, that should put some pressure, but currently there's no penalty. So yeah, the two things that touches on. You really should be able to marry more of your family. Because right now, in certain situations, it really, really sucks that you can't marry off your nieces, nephews, whatever. More distant cousins, I understand, especially if they want to minimize the population of NPCs of the game. And since religion is also part of the inheritance laws and all that, surprising they don't at least let you match to the religion of the land or anything. Especially funny how it seems random if you have a husband and wife of different religions. Sometimes it takes our religion, sometimes it takes the husband's religion. Giovanni Angio, 40 years of age. All that to say, Carlo is likely not going to get himself married because there's too many 60, 70-year-olds who are married, and when they die off, it's basically random who's going to marry next, and so it likely isn't going to be Carlo. So we'll marry her to Carlo for the very off chance that even though there's supposed to be a hard limit of at 40, women can no longer produce children, they've been observed to often do. So maybe they'll produce more Angios this way. So when are all these railroads finished? I built them a while ago. There's a deficit of lumber and masonry, except the supply is huge, so it doesn't matter. 1,277 days for Railroad Salandro, 2,358 Railroad Treviso. Does it say why if I hover over? No. That's just how long it takes. Are we gonna get an update to actually leading the biggest navy they got? It seems not. What if we put her in some random army? Maybe they're weighing 50,000 soldiers is heavier than 133 boats now? So, any giant army with 50,000 guys in it. No? Still penalties active. So I think they do just want the biggest boats. 47th Navy. See, look at that. 26, 28, 29. Seems like it makes sense now. 2, then 30, 38, 3. It did split up the fleets we have down here, so we don't have to sit in Indonesia, right? 70, 70, 94. So that is the biggest fleet, and that's why the previous queen had no penalty. $142. Okay, somebody's a bit too bloated here. We're not gonna be sitting off the coast of Cuba during every new war. Yeah, that'll do. Where's my other fleets? Because we had our fleets over here in order to build up some maritime presence, but then there were revolts. We had to put our boats away for a bit. Not just a one now, is it? Maybe it is. Nope. He's just hiding out over here. What are you doing all the way? Bermuda. So, when our ass got kicked over here, and our boat went on retreat, they retreated all the way to Bermuda. But if we crush an opposing navy, instead of fleeing the equivalent of all the way to Bermuda, all they do is get right back into the fight and go full on suicide bomber mode until my own fleets get whittled down and morale or repairs. Okay, now it's gone. After sapping a little bit of my legitimacy. Of course we could. Where is it? We do have enough to canonize another saint. To get us up to maximum legitimacy and give us a bit more prestige again. We don't need to. But at this point there's no harm in it. We're up to 2.3 tolerance heathens. 1.2 primary religion tolerance, just heretics that have a minor penalty now. Who would I canonize? The only available option now was Luigi II. I guess because we've had so many Hussite kings for a while that we're out of qualifying saints to canonize. Clergy gains more satisfaction. The prestige and legitimacy isn't all that much. And I'll still have over 150 influence left over for when it's time. 37 only to choose a crusade target, which is currently only the Mamluks, and then all their little friends in the anti-me coalition. Let's go get that new saint then. King Luigi, how long ago were you? Our distant cousin from 262 years ago. King of Italy, Croatia, Bishop of Sion. That was a long time ago. I remember that now. There was Carlo here. who never became king, died at 22. I think he died in the Adriatic from a hunting accident in the middle of the Adriatic Sea. And he was the last ruler of that spread of stats that we would... He didn't even get to be ruler. He was the last heir of that spread of stats for ages. Let's canonize. Just for the fun of it. Okay. I think I'm ready to take on Egypt, the anti-me coalition, and hopefully France and Bohemia like each other enough that France could still call in Bohemia and they'll still say yes. That's what this all hinges on. This all hinges on the anti-me coalition firing when I go against Egypt. And because the anti-me coalition gets to call in their allies, that Bohemia gets added to this party. And then we'll have 200,000 guys to defend against Bohemia. 100,000 to desolate France. 50 left behind to manage things over in this end of the Alps because people love to sneak on this way. About 150,000 to dominate on Spain. These groups spread out for Tunis to pinch them down. And an extra over here because Tunis is building up on the eastern side there. While the rest of these just hold off on Egypt. And plenty of fleets, hopefully strong enough to maintain the combined fleets of Egypt and Ottomans and Tunis and Spain and France and Bohemia. I got good tech on my military, but a lot of guys all at once is a lot of pressure all at once. What kind of boats they got here? Transports and 6 heavies. Okay. And all of my light fleet, my light ship fleets, also have 5 heavies of the 3-deckers for protection. So it'd be easy to consolidate when need be. We got plenty of ships around here, so let's bring this one on over. Oh, there we go, new king! Maria Angio didn't last too long. King Filippo now rule this glorious country. The apostolic majesty's good leadership skills and superior tactical knowledge will help us vanquish those that dare stand against us. 42, 61, 64. So, before he dies... Honey, you're great and all. 71 years of age. Just 4 years older than me. Pope, could we do a divorce? Where's request divorce? Papal actions will say yes. "67 years of age, nothing but daughters. Nobody wants to do a royal marriage with me." It's gonna be a bit creepy here. It doesn't have to be teenagers. At 67 years of age, he's not gonna live too long anyway. Shamkir Mandak has some pretty excellent skills. Hold on, I hear Onyx crying. Now, it's still gonna go through all of my daughters first. 48, 45, 43, and they've all got a good 20, 30 years in them. So what I would want to do is change my law from absolute cognatic primogeniture I can't click out, I can't change it? I can't change it? Is it not this button to change the law anymore? It is, but the wrong window. Favored son? Matrilineal, non-exclusive, partition inheritance? It is 50 stability and legitimacy to change the law, though. So there's no magnetic, as far as I can tell. There's nothing disqualifying the women folk. But funny enough, elective did. Elective did seem to be a no-girls club. So, either we do a non-democratic succession that does allow women, or we do a democratic succession that does not allow women. But first, Onyx is crying. Let me go see what he wants. He probably just wants my... He's got food. He's probably going to pester me to let him outside. But he is not getting any walks outside as long as he still has fleas. Onyx? What you doing, Onyx? What you crying to me for, baby? What do you do? He was sitting at the top of the stair, crying until I got close. Then he ran down the stair, and then just sat in the middle of the floor crying and chirping some more. He's got food in his food dish, so you're not hungry. Though maybe you are, because you were sitting in front of my mom's door and she likes to give you more snacks than you should have. If you wanted to go outside, then he'd lead me to the front door, but he wasn't leading me towards any door. I think this big boy missed his dad. That's all this is, right, Onyx? You just missed your papa? I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, and you're feeling lonely, Onyx? We adopted Toasty in the first place so you wouldn't be too lonely if the both of us were out or if we're busy. And instead, you ignore your brother to cry for me so I can give you pets and attention. Careful, Onyx. He's just a little baby. Aren't you, Onyx? You're just a little baby kitty guy. A little baby kitty guy, Onyx, who gets a little lonely as you get older. Careful, don't sit on the keyboard, Onyx. You know not to sit on the keyboard. What, are you upset that that side of my desk is covered in tea and water, and don't you dare unpause the game, Onyx? Keyboard does stuff, remember? Hey, Dark Sonata? You hope all is well? I'm swarming in a greedy, needy kitty, Dark Sonata. That's about how well I'm going. He's a sweetheart. I don't mind taking time away from game and stream to give him attention. Even if he can be very, very needy a lot of the time. Where are you going, Onyx? Which way? Down back to the desk? Careful with the keyboard, maybe. Don't knock the microphone into the screen. The microphone doesn't belong up against the monitor, Onyx. Think, Onyx, if we were back in my apartment, then I'd have the door wide open so you and Toasty can hang out with me while I stream. And they're usually happy with that. I would stream, and then they would sit on the bed behind me and have a nap for the midday, because they're happy just being next to me. Though sometimes Onyx get extra greedy for attention. But since this is back in Mom's place until the apartment gets repaired, I don't exactly have the privacy to leave the door wide open while I stream. You know, I'm not exactly broadcasting to them. It's bad enough that the walls are very paper thin. So you see, Onyx? If you guys just hang out in here while I stream, you could take a nap behind me. But you're spoiled because you like all the extra space downstairs. Toasty is extra funny because, well, Onyx, if the door's open, he'll run into the room and jump on the bed and meow at us for attention. For some reason, Toasty is extra allergic to this room. He'll go halfway down the hall and then lay on the floor. And then if one of us comes out of the room, he'll meow at us, but he doesn't want to come in. You guys just like your big open spaces, don't you, Onyx? You're gonna be so unhappy when they review the apartments for repair this week, and then actually start repairing the apartments who knows when. I suspect that we won't be able to move back in until summer. That when summer comes around, Onyx, you're gonna be so unhappy. So unhappy to go back into a tiny little apartment. Basically with the combined floor space of Mom's living room and bathroom. An apartment the size of the downstairs living room and bathroom, Onyx. You looking forward to that, baby? And he is a handsome boy. He's a very pretty kitty. Aren't you, Onyx? Aren't you a pretty kitty? He's making such a satisfied face right now. You can't see it because he's looking at me, but he's basically going like... when I pet him. Right, Onyx? You're going like... Yeah, I'll keep petting you. I'll keep petting you. I was just pantomiming the face that you make. That's all, Onyx. Well, it's almost 4 hours of stream, right? And this guy's getting really, really needy. So how about this for an itinerary? I'll take a BRB and give the cat some attention. Would you like that, Onyx? I bet you in particular would really like that. And when I get back from BRB, we got 40-year-old kids to marry off. Gotta put my guy down in a boat. And then, I think, we'll call a crusade against the Mamluks. And by calling a crusade against the Mamluks, yes, Onyx, I know, we'll call in the rest of the anti-me coalition. And in calling in the anti-me coalition, France should be able to call in Bohemia. And then we'll do our world war. To take more land from Tunis, more land from the Ottomans, more land from Spain, more land from France, and ideally, more land from Bohemia's vassals down here. Yeah? I think the time is nigh, so I gotta give these cats attention. I've already got plenty of tea and plenty of fluids, so it won't take me too long. I'll basically be back whenever the cats have decided they've had enough. Hopefully it's not too long. Come on, Onyx. Let's go, baby. Okay, still pause. Just making sure you didn't step on anything. Didn't give him an actual walk outside, but he was crying to go outside, so I picked him up, carried Onyx around, and even though he'd be happier if he was let down to run away to who knows where, he seemed satisfied enough now that he got to go outside, look at some plants, sniff at the chickens. Now let's see. I got 2 Catholic daughters to marry out. Age of 45, age of 43. Who are you married to? Nobody? Giovanna, Margarita, and Maria. So why does it say 2 unmarried children? Unmarried, unmarried, unmarried. Doesn't mention Giovanna. Okay. On the very off chance that these middle-aged ladies end up producing children, it's supposed to be, as far as the mechanics of the game goes, unless they changed it, but they changed it to 40 being the hard limit. After 40, they're not supposed to produce at all. But people have reported that ladies still end up producing babies into their 50s. So, on the off chance that we get more kids out of them before Filippo here and his new wife, Shamkir Mandach, have children of their own, on the very minor chance, what if we arrange our marriages with the understanding that the Angio line is going to die out, and so whoever we marry them to, if they produce kids, will be the future heirs of Italy. There's not a whole lot of Angios, so Ithria, D die back into the Arpitans like the Angios from France that saved the line before. Ithria, there's more Angio, Roberto, but he's Hussite. And it seems random whether in a mixed religion household, if it's going to be whose religion that the kids inherit. Di namo me, di hikureru, di alboniato, di azzera, like nano, of Leuven, Zikernov. Well, apart from Angio, I don't really see a last name that I want to take on. Ithria is at least nicer sounding than D-Die. Neapolitans. Oh well. Let's see if we don't produce any children with Shamkir here. His older sisters have died at 70 and 71 years of age, so he's got about 3-4 years in him. Probably closer to 2 to 3 years. EU5, Children, Religion. How is religion and culture of children determined? Children, culture comes from father and also dynasty usually. Culture could be fixed a decision costing 20 prestige. Only after children's an adult, yada yada yada. So nothing different there. Impossible to convert characters, state religion. There's going to be information there because that's just a fact. Religion of children. Oh, this is an old 2004. I was fooled by the Google result being Paradox Forum. This is all the way to original Crusader Kings. The Great Hussite Breeding Program, November 29, 2025. The trouble is, Italy's basically turning into a Hussite court of a Catholic country, and I seemingly cannot change them back on over. Oh well. Who's got decent stats among my daughters? 46, 55, 50, 37, 56. So they're in descending order already. Well, on the off chance. And that's only Sunni though, so even if they make babies, they're gonna be outside the line of inheritance. Lutheran, Catholic, Dinamomi, Di Hikueru, Di Azzurra, Catholic. Right. And then put him onto the 47th Fleet. Appoint as Admiral. '47th. Assimilation to Durrell is already at 80%. So, the Spain to Catalan program is going swimmingly. And 85% in Alarcon already. So let's put more of these people into Castilian areas. Alcaron, Taril. Let's do Cuenca next. Plebiscite. To Catalan. To Catalan. Ferrara's halfway on over to Neapolitan. Okay. And is Provençal. 1.22 still, so not enough to make them an accepted culture yet. So, we've got a whole lot of soldiers everywhere. We've got boats everywhere. Shall I go ahead and choose a target for crusade? Mamluk, Sultanate of Egypt. I know we can do it. We're committed now, because we are all the votes in the Catholic world. Even if they get everybody else voting against me, it's 18 against 9. 2/3 of Catholics is us. So war with Egypt is going to happen. War with the coalition is going to happen. France calling in Bohemia is gonna be a maybe. Minus 20 clergy to get university in Cataleud. Clergies are at 99%. They could stand to be at 79 for a little bit. Almost halfway through the Age of Revolutions. We've only got until, when's it end? December of 1836. It's coming up. Liberation of lasagna. They will liberate, because they're not going to get there in time. Wipe out their armies, but then occupy it right back in a month. 25 days. 25 days for me to occupy it, like 4 or 5 days for them to liberate it. Minus 1%. I was going to say that when we do this war, we'll go ahead and end this one, but I think I'm going to hold on to it for after, because it is a super easy one. It's a double I know, as opposed to all these. So, rebel-wise, nobility insurgents are all over the place, but it seems to mostly pop here and here and here. Castilian patriots in 86 locations. It claims it'll start a civil war. Languedocian patriots, civil war in 10 locations. Libyan patriots, civil war in 15 over there. Zenati, 2 locations, civil war, very major. Orthodox zealots, 1 whole location. Oh man. See, if it turns out that the next revolt is going to be the Orthodox zealots, that wouldn't be too bad. They're only in 1 place. Sanhaja patriots, a civil war in 1 whole location. Lutheran zealots, revolt in 1 location. The French 3 locations, but it'll probably pull in France too. But it'll probably pull in France too. It says 0 countries supporting. But I think that only means for like the specifically support rebels cabinet member action. Because the Francian patriots are French, it'll likely pull in France. Just as a matter of course, because they are the biggest French power. And so that could be a way of pulling in Bohemia too, but it's not a guarantee that 1, that France will support them, and 2, that Francian patriots will be the next one. Cavalier, Civil War in 3 locations. Upper Egyptian, Civil War in 9. Sunni Zealot, Civil War in 46 whole locations. Of course, given our spread of armies, we could take that out pretty easily. Masmuda, Civil War in 2 locations. Moroccan, Civil War in 2 locations. Nobility insurgents. There. Just there. Revolt in those 9 places. Levantine, Civil War in 3. Nubian, minor revolt, and then down. But given the size of armies that I got, I might try clearing these guys out. Some of these I could clear in like a month's time. But it's still never going to end though. 1 point something, 1 point something. Even if I filled my cabinet with martial guys only and put them all on rebel crackdowns, they're gonna keep on coming. Okay, one of our guys here, we got enough lumber here to finish our railroads. It's sort of the Soba market that's now missing lumber. Good maritime presence, Red Sea. Better maritime presence, Central Mediterranean. Adriatic is starting to peel off again. Might not even be these rebels if we ever get rid of this one. This is Age of Revolutions, and because this war's been going on for 10 years, no other war has. My colonies want to revolt too. Because regardless of liberty desire, which is only down to 2 at most, everybody's on 0 loyalty anyway, so... Everybody wants out. On top of all these that'll never end, we got all of these that'll now want endless revolution too. Call for crusade, 0 days debate. And so there we go. On schedule. We got war with Egypt. With the Mamluks, with the Ottomans, Tunis, Spain, and France. And now all we need is Spain or for France to invite Bohemia in too. They may or may not invite Bohemia, and Bohemia may or may not answer their call to war, given that they're already in a war. Call into the 5th Crusade. 5th Crusade against Egypt in 1779. He says yes. Which means all his armies down here finally get to see some action. And Poland won't say yes into the 5th Crusade. But it's not without reason that I've built up all that favor with them. And so if Bohemia gets called in, we'll have half of Hungary and Poland on the eastern border. So gonna pay so much cost of court. Okay. Nobles are taxed as much as they can. Burghers, commoners, I'm nice. And so I'll keep them at 45, even though I could do more. And it still gives me 877 a month. And 143,000 is war chest. Oh, the French army was down there. Well, let's turn around then, because it's 50 and 50. We'll keep these two close together. Take those armies on, and then we'll start taking France lands. And there's barely anybody guarding Seville. Then for Tunis, what do these guys hold on first? Get some more morale in. Get some more morale in. These guys will get some more morale in when they go down there. And then let's get these fleets ready to take on Egypt. Morale at least is really quick to get up. And 1.43 million manpower. They're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere yet. Now let's get some admirals for these navies. They don't gotta be the best, they just have to be not unled. We'll save some of the higher commanders for some of the armies if they decide to go against Bohemia, or if Bohemia decides to go against us, I should say. But having some commanders is very clearly better than none. This guy's already got. Frenchmen, where are they going? Tosse? Which way's to Tosse? To there? We'll go to Pau. I don't see red on Bohemia. So, Bohemia might have said no to this call to arms. Or France might not have invited at all. Ottomans won, where? Against my light fleet? Oh, they had some guys down over here they snuck out. There were 50,000 to the... It was probably their levies, because they were building up levies. And they probably raised them up before I got here. 34,000? Okay. I gotta keep whipping back and forth. Ottomans also got some guys over here. But we got Hungarians that just gotta coalesce. Some Poles. What I should do is move all these prisoners up towards Bohemia lands and then execute them there. Execute them on the Bohemian border to get some more antagonism. And with that Bohemian antagonism, maybe they'll start joining coalitions against me more actively. Spain won. What, did they retake their prisoners? Yeah, they just retook their prisoners. Because of the route that I took. Now I could just ignore this castle. We could ignore castles now, we could ignore zones of control and just march all the way through. But they can't get through me anyway. Barely anybody from the south. Levies could take care of that. $56 against 29, but luckily we got more groups here. 44 to help out. And we'll pull this guy over. So far it would seem that Bohemia is not going to be involved in this war. "31 French boats to attack my Polish and Hungarian allies going..." What do they got here? 1 transport. 1 light, 1 heavy. They shouldn't even have bothered that far out. Okay, don't want these guys spread too far apart. So just keep them close. If Bohemia is not going to be involved for this one, we'll shift this guy on over. And then a couple of groups of here could be French defense. And there's Onyx crying again. Know what he's doing? He's crying at my mom's door. And now at mine. Because she gives him way too many snacks. She likes to give them sardines, tuna, She's got her own little tub of cat kibble snacks. And I saw her give them snacks, and when she gives them snacks, it's not just one or two, it's not a little pile. She piles a whole meal's worth. No wonder they love her, and he cries at her door now. Onyx, what are you doing? He doesn't care about the food that he's got in his food dish. Okay, let's take Tunis's capital. They got 500 guys. Assault. 400 guys. Assault. 400. Okay, so far. Siege of Mananin successful. We'll take these guys on. And then take over... Huh. You would have thought that'd be close enough for it to count as a straight crossing. But there's no dotted line. Funny. Caranson. $1,000 defenders in Sevilla. We'll just sit here while the Hungarians wander around. 1,000, 1,000. The Spaniards, it would seem, are already ready for war. But instead of taking over here the Tunisians, what are you doing? Just sitting around? They're just sitting around waiting. Who have we got here? It's a shame I can't just hover over and get the composition. There's definitely heavies in there. Gonna take a while for these boats to get here, so hopefully this should be enough. $60,000 Egyptians, where are you going? To Nekkel? I got railways. Oh, but they're using the same railways against me! Who gave them permission to use my trains? We've got to have a talk with my conductors and ticket takers. 14 galleys, let's put a commander on here. Just have anybody. Italy lost in Marmara. Really? We were right. I have my heavies right next door. Didn't know the fight was going on. West Bay of Sidra. Aww. That's alright. It's just my light fleet, so go on home. 38,000 against 130. That's why I keep these guys close together, but we don't have any commander on there, though. They caught me with my pants down, France did. Shut up, shut up, shut up. You're blocking me off with stuff. What's this? Integrate Gascony, Napoleone. Still no Bohemia, and right now I'm kind of thankful for that. Because it turns out France somehow found their big boy pants. Look at that smug face of his. Okay, let's bring more onto our French front. France imagines that they have the early advantage here. Who's this 4 boats? Four light ships, he got gutted! Go to sleep, you're done. Aqaba, Egypt lost. Amajdal, Egypt lost. Okay. So I got plenty of manpower, so I'm alright with this. This I'm worried about. 35 against 172. Got reinforcement coming in. It looks like they had guys leave, but they're probably going to turn around and come right back in. You're so broke. What are they? Not good, good. Somehow good. And that's why instead of having one big stack, you want 2 stacks of respectable size and good frontage. So they could 1, reinforce each other and top off your morale drain, and 2, if you're only filling up your army size to as much frontage as you need, then you're wasting less time with people in reserve moving to the front in bits and bits and bits. You have more people to the front doing more damage immediately. 24,000 killed. To kill 107,000 of theirs. There's some Egyptian boats. Okay, so far it's only 50,000 to fully reinforce. Only. Okay, Tunis. Let's sap a bit more of your guys here. Tattoo Mano, hello. You're catching me in the middle of what I was hoping would be a world war to include Bohemia. Because France should have been able to call in their ally Bohemia into this crusade/coalition war. But either France didn't, or Bohemia said no. They're still allied to France, so I don't think they were asked in the first place. You came across this annoying thing and wanted to see if more had the issue. What you got, Tat? There are certainly a few annoying bits of EU5 either by design so far, or slipped through the cracks of various updates. What's the trouble today? $28 and 4. So this one is up to half of its strength lost. How many's in here anyway? This is mostly levies. Mostly levies. Mostly levies. So that's why we had 107 around here. Was well over 107,000 against 50 and kick their asses. When you have rebels spawn against your vassals, colonial vassals mainly, they don't support you in the war, but if you ally, France gets a rebel war, your vassals of all of them spawn to help it. That does sound bizarre. Are they allied with France? Unfortunately, while we've been picking away at this since it launched, and so we have like 3 months experience now, vassal participation is one thing that I have little experience with because, one, I prefer to give my vassals and colonies scuddage. I've never done the vassal swarm thing that people like. I prefer if they could quit draining my war score and just pay me money to keep out of my wars. And for the past couple of centuries, it never mattered anyway. Because I have too many colonies, and too many colonies all calculating their strength together means that they've been on a constant 0 loyalty. And even before 0 loyalty, they're at like 20 and 40, and so way too disloyal to help out with war. So, vassal war contribution calculations is something that's a blind spot for me. You had them set on support and they should help, but they don't. I would probably see if the subreddit, or maybe the Paradox Plaza forum, has any similar reports. Because if there's something weird that confuses me, that's what I do. I pop by the subreddit or the forum first to see if other people have had similar problems, and very often, yeah, they have. Because it's a very complex game, and with thousands of players playing every single game, something's going to break, and someone's going to report the same thing. Best of luck, Tat. Hope you figure it out. The weird vassal bug that I have for wars is when one of my colonies wants to revolt, and so I gotta smack them down. Every single time that I siege down their territory, alone, by myself, for whatever reason, my colony in Brazil gets the credit. Even if they don't have any armies in the area. It's not a major thing because either it automatically flips back to my occupation, or I could choose to make it my occupation after the fact. But if there's art and treasures to steal, that means all those treasures end up in Brazil. They're stealing my loot that I was gonna steal. Let's send these guys over to Condom for now. Replenish your manpower before the next push. Bofors come to Brazil. There is at least one other Brazilian friend, Hordian, who has made the same recommendation before. I gotta update my passport, and I gotta get a bit more money before I can visit anybody out anywhere. Gamma successful. I would put down garrison refills. But given the amount of soldiers we have here, they're not going to be able to survive. They won't be able to replenish their armies enough to do liberations. Gotta rebuild this morale first. How's the other? Oh man, 209 Egyptians trying to take Tobruk. And so far, there's no other resistance from the Mamluks. Ottomans had some armies moving around, but they've hidden themselves away. And still no Bohemia. Beware the curse of Ra. I don't gotta worry about that, now that the lower Egyptians have been pacified. Everywhere from the lower Nile to the Delta is now very cozy. There's no more curses from the Egyptians. Having a nice run with Holland tax into the Netherlands, 1612 now. North America mostly for yourself. Spot 25 of great powers. Congratulations. I started off over in Naples, and so we weren't a top world power from the start, but it does give a nice boost. It was at least rank 9 for the longest time. I hear that's a fun campaign, Holland. Though of course some of the different changes to, to the economy have messed up some things for folks here and there. From what I've heard, I haven't played around there yet myself. $170. And that's that, Cosentana. Sweden, and then the date just stopped on the 8th of September, 1527. Won't let you go past. Aw, boffers. I had the exact same problem partway through the run back in, I think it was still November. It was the 10th of March. And I just wasn't able to get past it. Every single time the 10th of March came up, the game would just crash. I was pulling my hair out, trying to find some solution in Reddit and the forums. Changing graphical settings in case it was that. Trying to go into actual save editing to see if there was something, some event trying to fire that was getting snagged. Even trying to go into the crash logs with my lack of programming ability to try to suss something out and naturally couldn't. That was almost a campaign-breaking bug. I had to put Europa down for a while and play some other games until the next patch came out. And by chance, by absolute chance, the next patch had fixed it. I have no idea what it did. I have no clue what does it that makes it crash on a certain date. It's very clear that something that's supposed to happen on that date that crashes out the game. But I got lucky. I got lucky and the next patch up fixed it, so I got no clue how to actually troubleshoot it otherwise. Paused forever. That is odd. For me, it definitely was crashing. Like, the game would just kaput, die straight to desktop. Admiral 6 Navy. How are my navies doing? There's no boats coming in, surprisingly. If Morocco was involved in this, there would be more boats because Morocco loves to throw their boats around. There's Otto. Okay, since we mostly 63 levies. It's only levies. And all the regular regiments are all the way out east. Never had a single crash of the game, Tad. Lucky. And a mediocre system. This computer might not have been top of the line back in 2019, but it was pretty alright for 2019. And even for today's gaming standards, as long as I'm not trying to play like The Last of Us Reboot, Remake, Remothered Part 12 on ultra settings, it does pretty damn good for most games. But even on this map painter, this grand strategy glorified spreadsheet map painter, it tends to struggle here or there. All the more reason why my ideal grand strategy game would be ugly as sin. I don't want a beautiful map with beautiful interface. I want the ugliest map you could imagine right above the text interface. Cut aside the graphical calculations, all the effects, the shinies, the shadows, the particles. Put all that calculation for granularity, characters, and all that. All I need a game like this to do is math. Anything else is just a waste. EU6, just a white Excel spreadsheet. A white Excel spreadsheet with different colors for everybody. Almazama? Where? France snuck a few guys through here. "107 Spaniards. That's gotta be mostly levies. Coalesce. We got train lines here, right? I do have some train line through, so it should take them only a few days to get there and reinforce. Different colors turning the GPU. Oh, there we go. France in the Alps. And still mostly levies. Which one are you on right now? It gets tough to tell when it gets dense. Doesn't help that these things are all floaty and just go on whatever is underneath it. Not even whatever's underneath, whatever's close by. Just float over him. Who did I start as? I started as Naples, spread on down to become the Two Sicilies, and was Two Sicilies for a while before becoming Italy. And Italy is basically as high as I can go for now. Bergama? Okay, that's just over there, that's fine. Because we have a way to get Bergama back once these boats come in. What did I do? Consolidate regiments? Not the button I meant to press. Ended up losing a regiment of artillery that way. Ah well. Oh, now my Hungarians are coming in. They're not even coming, they're just sitting there. "24 heavies. 22 more heavies. Okay, let's take them on. That should be enough, but just in case, we'll send these guys with. A naval commission at 18 years of age. Italy locked behind something? Italy was mostly locked behind an extreme amount of land requirement. You basically needed to already be Italy before you could claim the title of Italy. That is right on the border. Who are you on? Gordon? It's really hard to tell sometimes. They're still holding on, but just barely. Oh, but they broke Rhine. Teke Peninsula. Because they moved down to attack my transportation fleet. 7 more heavies to reinforce it. That's okay. They're taking tiny nothingness areas. Their busyness there is simply pulling all their important units away from where they should be. You hope to be able to fight the Emperor, the HRE, become king before the end of the game. That's basically the final boss now. Especially keeping the campaign from the beginning when Bohemia got so many unfair advantages over for it. At this point, Bohemia is the HRE. I've had a couple of successful fights, but mostly just to try to dislodge most of the unfair land it took in Italy, but it still has Novara to itself. Basically, everything that I'm building up militaristically is to be able to fight Bohemia and survive. But because all the fresh calculation means that I've got an endless amount of rebels over 95% progress, I'll never be able to enjoy the imperialism casus belli and its minus 75 conquer cost. You just take it all up in one. Isn't Bohemia supposed to explode? About that. Maybe in more recent campaigns they should be able to. But this was playing off the launch version, and from the launch version it was very easy for Bohemia to become Holy Roman Emperor. And once they're Holy Roman Emperor, they had all sorts of cheaty abilities at their fingertips, like just straight up taking land from anybody they wanted. And of course they would say yes, because the initial calculation was to their own opinion. Instead of saying, do you mind if I take your land? He was asking himself, do I mind if I take that land? And of course it's going to be a yes. And especially if they were taking lands that had no cores because the country no longer existed, they basically got to keep it forever. And so it was very easy for Bohemia early on to get a lot of land, a lot of tax, a lot of wealth to make a lot of military power. So I have the cheatiest version of Bohemia over my borders. Just barely won in Santa Eufemia. La Roche-sur-Foron. Just to kick them out of there. And these guys should all be close enough that they could reinforce at each other if need be. Gonna be playing it extra slow, going back and forth, just to make sure I have eyes on everybody. 14% here. 200 guys only. Kill him. 17C is done. Ras Lanuf. And they have these two cities unprotected. Okay, Tunis. When the time comes to take on you, to sue for peace with you individually, we gotta wait until next July. The war's basically just started. Your cursed campaign blobbed instantly, early 1450s, yeah. That's how it goes, especially in early launch EU5. Which was a real pain for Guelphs versus Ghibellines. I see that other people on the Paradox forum have finally come to beg Paradox, please. Guelphs versus Ghibellines are supposed to be Italian states struggling together. Bohemia, or whoever's the HRE, shouldn't be involved unless their capital's in Italy. Cause sure, it's about whether they're aligned to the Pope or to the Emperor, but it's the Italians struggling to decide if they should belong to the Pope or the Emperor. As soon as Bohemia gets involved, I was even doing like a few personal plays on my off time, now and again. And it starts off alright, building up my tax base, Guelphs versus Ghibellines, we start doing okay, trying to pull other polities into our factions. And then for the most part, the progress between us and them is kind of like this, with a little bit getting ahead, little bit getting ahead, little bit getting ahead, and then every single time Bohemia becomes HRE and they get involved, suddenly it's like that. It just becomes impossible. And even for the stream campaign, I was busting my ass doing so many wars against Milan and Brescia, everybody else, to try to pull everybody that I could into the Guelphs faction, and it was just impossible. There was like 3 surviving Ghibellines, and I figured that even if I were to take every single last one of them, the very fact that Bohemia gets to be a participant just made it mathematically impossible. There was no way, completely no way at all, that he could compete with their tax base by the end. In this patch, Bohemia nerfed, one could hope that. I don't mind that, like, I'm the kind of player that I don't really care about you need to see the exact same historical outcomes. I'm the type of player that understands that the moment you unpause, history is off the rails, and Paradox does put a lot of guides back in to try to steer the AI back towards historical outcomes because they know that every other player likes to see historical outcomes. So if I see something like a giant Bohemia, it gets annoying, but it makes sense to the history being built up. But man, did they get a whole lot of advantages. They had way too many advantages at start. It doesn't help that situations like the War of Religions doesn't really work. And so chances are you just see Bohemia get bigger and bigger and bigger, and all the things that were supposed to contest them don't really happen. But it's a complex launch game. 2-3 months of updates in, so it stands to reason that it'll take a while before it reaches some kind of stability. Even my beloved Crusader Kings 2 was basically a meme for the things that did or did not work for so much of its life. Gustavian infantry, more morale for our armies. Sanhaja patriots, minor rebels. Nubia finished integrating. Oh, we got 2,000 enemy soldiers down there. Luckily, the southern frontier of Egypt is never too difficult now, so levies should be sufficient. And even if I pulled up some lower Egyptian levies from all the way up here, The railroad gets them done in no time flat. So they got that. Already got a commander on there. And there's my Hungarians helping out, but not where I need it. Love of the campaign so far. Wouldn't have bought it 2 days ago. But would play crack still. Well, I mean, you loved it enough to crack it, but now you loved it enough to buy it, so... That's passion. That counts. Your best campaigns are the unorthodox ones, Balfours? Sunni, Walakai, and Empire. We had some funniness like that going on. It's Kingdom of the Ottomans after all and not the Sultanate, since it's Orthodox Ottomans that we got relatively early in. Strange stuff like that I don't mind seeing. After all, history wasn't written by a script. The only reason history became how it did in our timeline is because the dice rolled that way, and we don't get to re-roll the dice. I'm perfectly open-minded to the possibility that if things went slightly different, history could have been completely unrecognizable. Okay, where'd they go? They're still here? $16,000 unled peasants. Not even gonna give them a general. Unled peasants. Then again, 5-star general. 92, 75, 88. Abu Bakr, don't you want to work for me instead? We could pay you so much more than the Sheikhdom of Suwaki ever could. It's only levies. I'm gonna gamble 16,000 unled levies against 2,500 levies of an ultimate commander. These guys just sitting around waiting to be killed. $900 defenders remaining. Wait for these guys to replenish. Only 85,000 to fully reinforce. Okay. And zeros, zeros, and zeros. 500 guys. Kill them. Kill them. Now the Hungarians helping out. Thanks. They're a bit delayed. 120 here. 180,000. Alright, they got this. I'll let them cover this one then. Who would have guessed that my heavy fleet don't like sitting in the middle of the ocean? Let's pop them on back for now. What's my goal or goals in this war in the end game? The goal for this war Proof Onyx opens doors. It's a picture of my cat stretching up towards the door handle. The intention for this war was by doing a crusade against Egypt, he would trigger the coalition against me, and he did. Crusade against Egypt turned into crusade against Egypt, Ottomans, Tunis, Spain, and France. And my hope was because France would be considered a co-belligerent in the coalition, that they would call in their ally Bohemia. And so by declaring war on Egypt, we could bounce around obligations and fight Bohemia to at the very least take Novara and complete a bit more of Italy. But that didn't happen. And so I'll just bully them all and take a little bit more land that I can. When the next year comes around and we could start picking people off one by one for individual truces. And then maybe we'll find some other excuse to pull Bohemia into a war. I caught some prisoners early on, and I was going to march those prisoners all the way to Hungarians' Bohemia frontier and execute those prisoners there to hopefully get some antagonism with Bohemia. Except I marched them right into Spain's standby army, and they repatriated themselves. For the endgame, my goal is basically to try to hold on to as much of my world-spanning kingdom as I can before the end of the game. Part of the reason why I delayed and waited for the update to finish this campaign was because I heard that they were going to make it so that diplomatic spending makes annexation go faster. And so I was hoping that I could get Hungary annexed before the end of the game. Except they cheated when it came to the diplomatic spending. Instead of the old value, and then plus whatever for diplomatic spending, they cut the value in half. And so diplomatic spending only gets you to the original value. So, the initial goal of Annex Hungary, if I don't pay anything, they'll finish by 2092. If I pay a whole lot of diplomatic spending, they'll finish by 1936, a solid 100 years after the end of the game. And that was about what the original annexation date would have been. They lied to me. They cheated those paradoxers. Instead of 1936, and then faster if I spend, they just cut the time in half and have me pay for the original. It's like a discount on Amazon, where they just bump up the price and then give you a discount for the original price. So basically, goal is just trying to get to the end date to finish the campaign. And given that I didn't really get into EU4, just getting to the end of an EU campaign for the first time is victory for me. Just in time for a certain person to invade Poland. They better not, because Poland is also my personal union. It'd be Bohemia now. If the Bohemians find someone to invade Poland and try to steer towards history, then they gotta go against me. They gotta go against all my guys, and the Hungarians, and the Poles. So I say let them try. So I figure if I need to, I might end up losing a colony here or there, because all of my colonies have been very comfortable at 0 loyalty for the longest time. If I have to downgrade, I will. But it'd be cool to see how long I can go without having to downsize my colonies. Tunisians moving out. Tunisians probably seeking to liberate their capital. 1,000 defenders. Where are you heading to? Heading to Guelma. Are they trying to track mine, or going to Guelma to get to Kusitania? Let's turn these guys around first. Abu Hamed has fallen? Oh. They sieged it down before my levies could get there. It was only a level 2 fort anyway. As his Hungarians and Poles got that all covered, we'll send you back on over to here. And if need be, we could send these cannons on down. Help relieve that. "600 defenders. Kill them." Morale's just about maxed out. Another round of assaults. High cultural tradition helps a lot for faster annexing. What am I at right now for cultural tradition? Influence is at 21,000. Tradition, 15,000. I think that's a lot. That's a lot for either right now? What's Hungarians at? Could I see? Hungary, the Lesser Polish. Kingdom Hungary is Lesser Polish primary culture now. 1200, 1300. They're way, way below me on both culture and tradition. So, I think that's about going as fast as I can for it. Now, I thought you guys are supposed to be Neapolitan. Lose 100 opinion, and they'll stop. Hungary stops the sending for debts. If they lose opinion of me, that'll bring them. Nose getting stuffed up. Then that'll delay or permanently pause their annexation. Ah well. So they'll be Lower Polish when we eventually do annex them at 1936. They can't declare independence? I'm not too worried about that. I'm more worried about... I want the number to keep going up, is what I want. Also, forget about this cabinet spot. Nubia, they finished... Was it Nubia or Sinai? Either way. This guy finished his integration, and I completely forgot about it with the war going on. Let's do Cyrenaica next. Let's do Lower Egypt. There's like one place left for Lower Egypt. Two places, Matru and Saloum. Just to get that green out. Plus 0% still. $900 dudes. 988. Not too many killed off yet. I was wondering when I went back down to speed 3. What's this, Fakarava again? First rebellion against Medici. What? Bank of Leonias was subject to Bank of Medici. We got bank-on-bank violence that they dragged me into. It's a bank, though. Where do they even have land in? or buildings in? They're here? Okay. They're there, and they're alone. That's them. That's it. Oh, man. I gotta pull my attention away to go there. Leon? Leonias. I mean, I guess I can pull over. Nakwa on the 4th of November. So they're here already, unless they're teleporting. I think they are teleporting. Medici Independence Movement disbanded. Oh, see, got over, then they got scared. Bani Walid. What we got this then? Because that's heavies versus galleys? Yeah, no problem. Time for bed, Balfers. Well, thank you for hanging out. You have a good sleep. The rail line ends here for the lack of wood for the longest time. So what about more levies to pinch them in? 5,000, 10,000, 13,000 levies. That's an okay spot. Leon. Alright, bankers. How many guys have you got? 192? They may or may not be among those 550 defenders. They probably aren't. How much longer for you? 20 November? Let's move you on over to here. And how's the Mamluk's armies looking? 98,000 guys only. There was a time when I had to fear taking on the Mamluk army before we got our foothold here. Oh, Spain's making a push. And 43,000 that way. Morale's alright for more slaughter. More slaughter. And you're already slaughtering, aren't you? 364. Chip them down. We'll send you guys to Aswan first. Because he might go up, he might go east. We'll see where he's gonna go. He's going east. He's gonna go for the railroad. $187. Finish it. Drop some guys back in. $38,000 guys remaining. Very, very little of which are actually regulars. I think it's safe to say that Tunis is out of the fight. So let's send you on over here. I'll just have these two do some more occupations. Some more occupations, so when the time comes to do individual truces. Tunis, what to get from you? Gotta wait till July. We haven't even gone halfway through the first year of the war. What to take, Tunis, what to take? We gotta color in more the Mediterranean, don't we? $52 so far. That's asking for a lot. If I take all their coast over there, 65? Given that we still have to go back and forth with them as they rebuild more armies, get armies out, we might be able to manage 65. 52 is from what? Peace offers a lot, base, progressing sieges. So I'm simply asking too much for right now. But as things get sieged down, they'll become less valuable. And the war has only just begun, so there's a whole lot more sieging to do. I'm sure we could shave that up. $72 defenders remaining. Not now, Mizda. Finish them off. Finish them off. 10 guys left. Put them out of their misery. 274. Missed you the last rotation. And there's 70 French. 5 of which, 6 of which are regulars, but the rest is just levy. So finish up with these guys, and then maybe steer some this direction. Agen done. Vodabile done. What level are you? Level 2 fort? Level 2 fort only. See, we do have the advance, or if I wanted to march to Paris, I could. But I do get plenty of war score by just taking things down one by one by one. And so it's to my benefit to take over all these castles on the way over. Hungary helping out after I do the hard work. $12,000 Spaniards killed. Let's see. They have no commander either. It might behoove them to have some actual help here. Filippo? Aside type. Filippo? What are you in charge? Stop by Lucena. Not gonna get here fast enough. Unless railroad. Railroad making them slide all the way down Spain. Still couldn't get there in time. 92 pops enslaved. But Suakin is Egypt's vassal, right? But they're not Italian pops down there, so I don't think I could ask for them back. No treaties. Yeah. I can only ask for Italian slaves. If they're my citizens that live under my flag, but they're not Italian, then I couldn't care less for them. They're not primary or accepted culture. So even all the tolerated cultures we had among the Italians, the Greeks, and all that, if the Emilians or the Tuscans got enslaved, we wouldn't care at all, since they're not primary or accepted. That's harsh. VA Gratia Rex. We could do a bit more satisfaction. 36,000 Ottomans over in the Nile Delta. Where are you guys headed to? To Alexandria. They got some big They're passing straight through Alexandria. I guess they also have the what is it? The Neapolitan Wars advance that lets you just skip zones of control. If I had to guess, they're probably on their way to kill a bunch of Thessalis. Galleys. They're gonna get crushed. Sevilla successful, but no treasures. No treasures taking the Spanish capital. Morale's maxed. Coast of Tripolitania. Stole some of their shitty galleys. Oh, now they're coming back down. It was a ruse. They were just pulling me away. So the king lost. So their 2,500 guys at a supreme commander is no longer a threat. Just gotta undo this, undo that. And because they're all levies and no cannon. No such thing as levy, cannon, I'm afraid. Our peasants have weapon rights, but not cannon rights. Two boats, who do we have here? Just galleys? Come on, where are you going to? Levantine Sea? Yeah, they're faster than I am. They're not doing any harm right now. These guys aren't doing anything though. Let's move you over here. Finished over there. This one castle is protecting 1, 2, 3 cities. Bunalges. And there's a whole lot of French just hiding out over there. Just standing, watching as we take everything else. 500 defenders. Kill them. 150. Finish him. 159. And some attrition. Since it turns out winter in hostile territory isn't very good for food. Who would have known? But already we're learning a little bit more. If Bohemia was drawn into this war like I wanted, I think I might have actually been overwhelmed, since France mustered more of an army than I expected given the previous wars, and Spain has also done the same. We have enough armies around to smack them up when we need to. But now I've only got one stack of 50,000 on the Bohemian border, and that's definitely not enough. That's nowhere near enough if Bohemia actually decided to join up. Kalat ibn Salama? Where? Oh, just over there. That's okay. Knew that was happening already. Siege of Lyon. So does that mean the rebellion against Medici is done? As far as I know, they've only got that in Lyon. Enthusiasm is at 74 though. They somehow got military strength. And we haven't fought their 192 yet. Where are you guys? They got no actual land, they're a building-based country. If I hover over, it only shows there, and that's it. And I got no way of knowing what other territories are present in. This might be to my benefit. If this is an impossible war to finish, then that could prevent all these other rebellions from rising up, and it could prevent my overseas colonies from deciding they want independence. Akastak moved their capital down. Wait, no, it's still over there. From this angle, I thought it was lower than it was. There we go. That's familiar. Ottomans getting kicked around by the Hungarians. Where are you going, Ottoman army? Do they not know that they're killing their attrition, marching all over the place? Oh, nuked around. But caught them anyway. Al-Mashdal, Medina lost. Ottomans lost. These guys still on the move. Where are you head? Just sitting there? Will arrive in Bazar Sakra. They're probably going to relieve Cosentina, which is why I bothered to refill garrison. Montbrison. Clicked over here, we went all the way down there until I zoomed in. I don't think we refilled garrison here, so they'll have quick phases going around. How many defenders? 10! If they were smart, then they would assault right now. But that's a very big if. Hold on. They're moving up this way. Like 1,000 against 20. Alright. If they want, I'm not gonna stop them. Surprise, surprise, they've lost. Now I've got 862 prisoners to put up on the Bohemian. Oh, wait. I can march them into Bohemia. I suppose one of the participants, either one of Hungary's vassals or France's, must be part of the HRE. And if you're at war with any one part of the HRE, you get to march through all the HRE. So we're gonna march these prisoners all the way to Prague, and then execute them there to build up antagonism. Put on morale first, because they were smart. Terribulos Algarb. And that's more of this taken. Oh, we can march over. Then why could it not before? Because we ignore zones of control. I think coastal forts are so funky enough that even with the advance to ignore zones of control, they still have some effect. Because there's definitely something weird about coastal ones. I've had some weird interaction with coastal forts. I've seen a few people on the subreddit very rarely talk about how bizarre they can be. The common refrain is, well, you just don't know how zones of control work. That's not on them, that's on you. But they are a little bit weird. And then 16,000 reinforcing Frenchmen. I don't want these guys marching through French territory to get to Prague. Let's go here first. And then all these mountains are all snowed in. That's probably why I was trying to go through up here instead, where there's no mountains to get across. The war's gonna go on for a while yet, so... Hey, neighbors! "500 defenders. We'll kick their ass first. And these guys are reinforced enough. $13,000, where are you going? To Chelva? We'll meet them. 1,000 defenders. 800. Chip away at them. Gonna be a lot of back and forth like this until we kind of narrow down on the scope of this. Monte Leon earthquake? Oh, that's too bad. Oh, they're just getting slaves because the occupations are flipping over to them. The Spanish are helping the Egyptians enslave our fellow Christians. Wait. Just execute him. Egyptian boats. that snuck through everybody else, but they're only one light, one heavy. Even my light fleets will take those on and win. And we'll catch up to them later. We got Hungarians helping here, Hungarians helping there. Just making sure I click Valencia. Sometimes on the borders it can be finicky. $28, 55 defenders. 200. 550. And who've we got here? 23,000 Frenchmen trying to liberate their friends. We got a lot of southern France occupied. Well, northern southern France. And we fought plenty of their armies. What are they down to? 300,000? They still have plenty of regulars. So we're gonna do this kinda slow, going through France. But I like sieging Paris and stealing all the treasures I can. So before we finish off with France, we're definitely gonna do that. So many people to crawl through France. What have you got? 5,000? All levies? $1,000, 6,000. That'll be good enough. Maybe, hopefully. The Crown of Spain controls Burgo de Osma. I just saw Crown of Spain and thought that they stole the Crown of Spain artifact, hidden away in some rural hovel. Medea... that's okay. We'll catch up to that. Just kill him. 300 guys here. 500 defenders. Not anymore. 1,900! That's the highest I've seen so far. Level 6 Star Fort, huh? I finally get to be on the receiving end of one. Defenders, 101 defenders. And that's just sit and wait. Hey, 2% war score, 4% war score against the bank now. 2% Egypt. That's my heavies, right? Yeah, they'll be alright. Heavies against transports. And a couple of heavies. Though frontage-wise, let's see. Are they squeezing more guys in? Alright. So. This group was part of my Italy branch, Egypt branch. But went out westwards instead because Tunis had guys over. And I got plenty of guys in Tunis already, so let's put you over here for pickup and find some other place to put you. 1 heavy, 11 galleys. Those poor guys will be melted so quickly. From Gabez. Still their transport. Their shitty little transport too, not even worth anything. What is it, a cog? Where'd that stolen +1 go? It's said, but I don't see. Must have thrown it out then. It must have been useless. And they're only gonna pop right back out once these flip over. Al-Qadra. That's okay. Algiers. And Algiers? Right, it doesn't tell me when I liberate an area. Excuse me. I could have put these guys to use already. Alright. So we'll have this group and this group work on occupying more of Tunis to get more of that delicious war score. And this guy, and soon to be this guy, will march around, bapping armies that try to do offense against us. 1,067. They could wait. $83, done. Come on, button. Sometimes they're afraid of assaulting. I push the button, they say they don't wanna. You see that? I don't know why, but they're scared. Claremont. Let's keep pushing upwards. Well, how many guys are defending here? They got their guys back up since they were liberated? 485? Fine. We'll leave that one behind. Tisgane fallen. 56 Navy fallen. And how's Ottoman looking? Slow sieges. Hungarians don't believe in assaults. But at least they're pinching down on them. And nothing else bothering in Egypt. Let's go send these guys to help out. Peru successful. Battle Algiers 1. These folks have just been sitting there, staring, waiting, seeing the absolute flood of Italians coming in from the south. Bourbon, we're getting closer to Paris. $132. $48, that's finished. Let's put these guys back. We got plenty of guys already. Not too much depletion of manpower. But it's still worth replenishing where we can, especially pushing as hard as we are. Costa Jafara, Italy won. Costa Jafara, Tunis lost. More shitty transport. And speaking of which, where's my guy? Taking so long to go across the Mediterranean. How to build railroad across the Mediterranean. Let's see. Got these guys pushing westwards. This guy over here. Let's put you in Quetta. Then your task could be liberating, and pinching in whoever's still over here. Oh, this is finished already too? Battle Molins. Nevers. Ooh. All that for just a little bit of France? It's March already, though. We're making progress on time. So we're almost getting to the 1-year mark where we can start asking for things from people. 2% against Egypt itself so far. 42% enthusiasm. Ottomans have a lot despite getting their asses kicked. Spain 27. New Zealand, really? France, 58% enthusiasm. So Tunis, how we look at is +8 now. Occupying all this territory is diminished enough value for them. Alright, so when the 1st of July comes up, we could ask for all this for Tunis and get it. What if we take a little bit more of here, -11, because that's 79 to it. 19 extra just for that. What else could we do? Calron, you've been sieged out, right? 65, 71, 75, only -7. Majerda brings it up to 130, and you can't ask beyond 100%. Oh, see, there's a problem. We're gonna send somebody back around and take Calroyan. But first I gotta take a BRB. Since we're in war, we'll put the BRB map for the current belligerent powers. Now let me see, I've already made myself more tea. So it shouldn't be too long of a BRB. Just gonna get myself refreshed, stretch my legs for a bit. catch up on my socials, and then we'll come back and try to finish this war. Looking at this map right now, you wouldn't think that the primary war target is Egypt. Most of the occupations in Tunis, a lot in southern France. And Egypt's territory is mostly completely left alone so far. But of course, we can't put up too much war score with Egypt. What if they want to sue for peace? Thousand guys. Could take on 1,000 guys. With 32,000? $200 only. Got these two blending their strength back up. You've got 2,000 defenders practically, so you're gonna wait. Or we could just skip. We don't have to sit on this one. But I got plenty of other guys coming up, so I guess it's no loss. 550 defenders, that means wipe them out. And where are you going? You're going up over there? Okay. 779 guys, middle of March. Still waiting for the snows to melt, because they want to go all the way around to get there. How deep in can I go before winter? I guess that's it. That's as far as we go. Everything else beyond is nope. Normal to severe winter, can't do it. Olvera. And look at them trying to undo their capital's occupation. Well, ain't that cute? They're trying to undo theirs over here, but we put 800 defenders to it. They gotta work for that. They did bring their cannon. They're being smart. There's my boats. $31,000 from Dolge. And how's the siege down here? Minus 28. They are making progress. These guys still marching. Oh, we got no railroad going that way. Hungarians helping in Spain, now that we have a handle on it. 550 in Cordoba. If I take more of this from Spain, I could see about realigning where I have my local governors. So far we have one in Burgos and one in Toledo. And that makes the proximity spread more or less alright. It's okay. With this war going on though, it kind of cuts the easy access down through there. We do have railroads going through the mountains here, so it's not completely cutting off. But there is more yellow now in Egypt than before. Could be various penalties from all these minor uprisings we keep getting. 12th Army General. Okay. France, Paris is only a little bit away now. We'll start hopping these guys more forward and forward. Most of the French army has been gutted. They do got plenty, but we got good proximity with everybody else close by to each other. $500. Where is... that's enough morale. For 380, they'll chop it down by a little bit. I still say it'd be nice if liberating an occupation still gives a pop-up. Very often I have guys just sitting around doing nothing because they liberated an occupation. But they don't tell me, and because they don't tell me, they get a free vacation. A breach should make assault slightly easier. That is a lot of little pips for 31,000. Might as well put them out of their misery. Poor things, probably all levies. And how about yours? These guys are getting kind of low. I think what we'll do with this, take over this castle, drop some garrison on it, take over this town, try to lower the value of this area, and then back to Sulce, just to rebuild their strength for a bit. Sunni missionaries to where? Ostinovo? $10 legitimacy. 1% of the Pops convert to Sunniism. Oh no. And then 10 Moroccan Sunni for 48 month. That's not a whole lot. That's tiny. We'll take it. More development. $125, they're going to be done soon. 90, that's another one complete. 270. Wait. Poland? No, this is my siege. Get out of here. Trying to take credit for what I'm doing? I understand, I get it, they're upset they're not going against Bohemia. But that doesn't mean they gotta steal my stuff. $400, and out of 17,000. Okay. We'll have this one go back and take this then. Unless Hungary tries to steal it from me. Hungary, you better not. That's on my shopping list, damn it. Alright, gotta move some guys up here too, cause not just Huriel, but a bunch of stuff here are finished. Let's go to boys. We'll hold off over here, we've got plenty of guys. One to Châteauroux, one to Boys, one to Orléans. Though some numbers are getting kind of small. We got 59,000 all the way up there. Actual regulars. 55,000 infantry. And who's even down over there? Is that just Luxembourg? They're wasting their potential, unless they already know that there's no winning against me. They're just lashing out however they can like a petulant child. Okay, that's the Italian flag there. There's no Hungary trying to steal that. Oh, finished up. Then down to here. 82. That should clear that one. 83, done and done. Cordoba's gonna be mine now. Where's this? Escurial. They really do just put everything on corners. Corners of their borders. Man, I've got fallen to Mecca. Oh, just over there. Well, we do have 36,000 Mecca soldiers. So maybe I should devote some of my own guys then. Where's my boat? My boat's all the way up here. Then let's take the Royal Fleet. Also, I've completely forgotten that I raised all these levies to help out with one of the stacks of Spaniards coming around. Took you guys away from your jobs and wives for nothing. Paid them to go to war for nothing. Bottle. So, France? Spanish territories concern. Come on, words. It's only been 6.5 hours of stream. I can still speak. Spanish territory is secure and plenty of allies waffling around to protect it. Tunis looking good so far. There's not a lot of defender losses here. So let's just secure this first and then turn back around. More prisoners. And who do we have here but France themselves? Now that the snow's melted. Well, luckily nothing. I'm taking all of my guys away. Can we sneak you on through? Without going upwards into them. How about down instead? You want to go down instead? It's a minus 78. And 605 defenders. What do they got here even? Levies. Nothing but levies. Don't even have to stress about it. Don't crash game. I clicked on the siege on the same day it wants to save in progress. It's trying to scare me here. Can I not order their assault? 10,000 against 359, is it too few? How's my manpower? Still well above 1 million. $800 guys. 1,000 guys. Oh, city. 295 guys. And these guys are about ready to go back up. $410 and $457. Kingdom Poland. Man, what you talking about? Occupied by Italy, thank you very much. Trying to steal my stuff again. They're trying to steal my stuff, these jerks. So much stolen valor here. The 10,000, relieve Cosentina, and then replenish. They knew exactly what I was doing. You see that? Somebody told them. There's a spy among us. $600. And how's everybody else here? 666. %, for 196. One or two more for that one. between fort -6, artillery +6, and breach +1. They do have a breach, so if I'm really, really committed to taking this nowhere border castle, I guess now would be the time to order some assaults. It's 2,000 guys there though, so it's kind of scary. Maybe if that's especially truculent for these guys, when these folks finish up, they can come relieve over. 127, dead. 363, few more to go. 284, 188. Okay, they're done over here. Let's see what the damage is. They brought down a whole lot. The breach really does help. So they're okay for now. What's this one? Fort level 2? Fort level 2, another easy one. Tours is completely unguarded. Looks like it's at the zone of control to Boyce. So we'll siege down Tours. Then since Blois is already being besieged, they won't be able to undo the occupation here. Tolerance of true faith plus 0.5. We've actually got 1.7 tolerance for our own religion. Though we still love heathens a lot more than our own guys. As long as they aren't Protestant, we're happy. That's the only one we hate still. Let's see, 1780. Alright, Sonato's gonna be this year too. And still no kids. Brand new wife, no babies. Naturally, no kids for Giovanna. No kids Margarita, they're way too old. I'm kinda getting scared. Because these are basically the last of the Catholic Angios. Everyone else is Hussite. "69 years of age. He's still got his swimmers. Surely, her being of a different culture and religion shouldn't be too much of a barrier to their nightly duties. Should I have picked a wife of a more Neapolitan Catholic flavor if I wanted to squeeze out younger Angios with a quickness? Even just one baby, even if it was a little girl, would be alright, because that'd give us about 20 years, maybe 10 to 20 years. Maybe 10 to 20 years. Maybe 30 even for Maria. And so it would be about 1800, 1810. By the time it bounces heir to heir to heir to the little infant. And by then they'll be an adult and they'll just have 20 years left to go in the game. Squeezing out one more Angio, just one, doesn't matter the gender, would ensure that we finish the game with the same dynasty we started with. And even though that doesn't exactly matter for the game, it matters to me. They keep on stealing. $18,000. Let's see. It's just a town occupation, so... And they're sitting on the fort. We'll finish this off, then go for them. Wait for that to fill up first. Array successful. And not a single castle around here except for down there. But that'll just flip this over. Don't care about that. Paris is coming up pretty quickly. Where to take first? Nemours? Sens? There's no castle around Paris itself. How many guys on this army? 50,000? Oh, that's a full fresh stack. Full fresh stack to Paris. $134. Maras, Orleans. And Borges just needs a little bit more. We'll send this guy out to recover. But we don't know who's all at Paris yet. Let's send you, just to clear the way. $500 got... Poland! Poland! At least it flipped the occupation from Medellin back to us, but come on. We got here first, you're helping us out. We didn't say join the war with the promise of land, we just said join the war. So quit stepping on my toes here. $18,000. So they got 8,000 back, but man, we had them so low. So it's July now. Let's see how Tunis is looking. Still a minus 57, still 139. Maybe we don't need Kauran right now. 124. So it's Majerda that's too expensive. They got too many valuable cities here. Now it's merely a -2 to take all this and fill in a little bit of the holes there. What about Jared? 90, 96, 100. Nope, can't do it. So if I wanted to undo and the split, 100. Oh, that's too much just to fill in that extra bit in Al Salif. Still, that gives us full southern Mediterranean connection up until Spain. I think I'd be satisfied with that. So we just need this to finish. That should give us the extra +2. And there's Al Salif. +2 secured? No. Still -2. They don't care so much for that one. Morale's not maxed out yet. Wait a bit more for morale. Wait a bit more for morale. Wait for that to finish. And look at all these occupations around France that are slowly building up on their own. Paris had nobody waiting in their capital. Okay. 36 isn't too bad. We'll keep them. 36 is alright. They don't gotta replenish just yet, so let's send you to Chartres. And the smaller stack can go to Montfort-l'Armerie. I can understand their logic. It might be the capital city, but it's an inland capital city with a whole network of forts all around it. They didn't expect that anyone would just march right in. 550 defenders. And only -2 for the fort. Fort level 2. Defenders. Wait for morale to get a bit more. Oh, this finished up already. Didn't see the message. Where's this one? Nemours? I get that some of these locations are real-world geographically accurate. Most aren't. But maybe for visibility's sake, they don't have to put them like right on the corners if that's what they are in real life. A lot of these are really hard to tell where exactly they belong to. Full morale to assault Paris again. And a few wandering armies. They're not gonna undo our progress. Once this guy finishes, he'll be free to snake on through. Or heck, even this one. Where are you going, little guy? Orleans? I can't tell. Are those tracks? I think those are tracks. They were nice enough to put choo-choos all around for me. Make it even easier. Who even needs to march when we got trains? $11 guys left. Bam. Liberated. Okay, so Spain now has no occupation on us. We could try to occupy a few more around here and lower the value of these places if we want to take more of the Mediterranean African coast. Egypt is showing no resistance. There's 24,000 Ottomans trying to siege down, but it looks like the Poles have taken notice. -3. What do you mean -3? It's because we finished an occupation, and so finishing an occupation is no longer an ongoing occupation, and the tablet is no longer tracking. Oh. I'm also still on BRB. Came back from BRB but never pushed the button to be back from BRB. I thought I did. Sometimes if you tap lightly, it might do a double tap kind of thing. Which is great if you think you're muting or unmuting. There. Tablet back up. Let me do a refresh on this too, just to make sure. Cool. Okay. Let's march these guys over here, because sometimes threat of occupation gives more score than actually occupying. But it should be the case, since they only care about active occupations if they're allies in the war. That the ongoing siege should well, I guess it kinda does. If I go over here, it does say. Defending against sieges, +4. Months at war, enthusiasm. Alright, let's see how Paris is doing though. Not quite at maximum morale yet. Eldejusia, that's a city, right? That's another city, protected over here. One more occupation, one more ongoing siege. Tunis is finally willing to accept. What if I take this? 94. It's only -6 if I try to take that little bit too. Only -6? We got 1, 2, 3, 4 about to flip over. An ongoing thing over here, an ongoing thing over... I could do it. It'll be easy. Maximum morale. Siege Paris. Or assault Paris. $333. $386. And these guys are almost fully topped off again. So, given exactly how much we've taken through France and that we're going to take Paris after these assaults, I think France should be about done to let us take what we want. $1,000 guys, that's nothing. Show me Paris. Look at all those occupations at the exact same time. 58 days, Caceres. 223 days, Figeac. 22 days, Nemours. Paris. 41 days of sieges and assaults. We've destroyed the spirit of laws and claimed the jewels of Harderwijk, the jewels of Andorra la Vella, Mantle, Fürstenberg, the coronet of Wolgast, the coronet of Orkney, the Cassini map, the breathtaking wave, the captivating Koki, the portrait of a holy ruler, an intriguing way. Look at how much of Paris we got, or how much of France we got. And it's not the first time either. We've done many wars against France, which is why I'm surprised they put up such a resistance this time. France has been thoroughly beaten up. So, I want... What do you mean, minus 15 so far? We've occupied so much of them. Base is minus 25, I get. One said war score. Are you telling me that crushing their armies, occupying roughly half their land, and occupying their capital, and stealing from the Louvre again doesn't hurt their enthusiasm, doesn't hurt the war score? $47 to take this, and I do want at least up to here, and that's minus 115. Oh, France. You could just give everything to us. Instead, you're making us need to invade you again. $82. $106. Man, they're too rich over here. $99. How about Spain? Spain's had their capital held for a while. And that was good against France, right? Yeah, just going against France wasn't good enough for that. Espani. What do we want from you? Kurt. There's a +5 so far. +4. And then save those little less important bits. Though I guess if I do try to take more from there as well, then at least that's one avenue that Spain cannot attack from. But it's 127 now, so no, that's not gonna happen. 105. $74 minus 40. Minus 34. Okay, if I just take Kurt, the rest of Telemken, Oran, and enough of Oja for the coast and for the coast only. That's only 68. How about Madrid? 77, 88, 102. Yeah. So let's see. I'm just about done with Tunis though, right? -8. Right, because you want to sneak in a little bit of that too. So a little bit more for Tunis. Gotta keep going with the Tunis of opportunity. Take Montalban. If we take that and that, then this will be less prosperous and this less war score. Less cost to take it. Oh yeah, how's the Frenchman up here? Leaving. Prisoners in the middle of Praha, they finally made it there. Execute them. "500 dudes, attack. 500 dudes, attack. 19 only. Clear it out. And who else is sitting on a siege? Even that one out. 500 only. Poland finally got the hint and isn't hanging around me so badly. Brioche. How's your armies looking? Spain? 65,000 guys. But they do have some infantry and artillery regulars. Tunis? Tunis is dead. They don't even have potential levies. And the oft neglected Mamluks. They still got dudes, but we got so much protection here they don't matter. With the progress of these other wars, let's go ahead and start sieging down not with the prisoners. Sieging down over here. Hey, they're done. Abu Hamid complete. Chartres. I'm looking around for unprotected areas, but just castles. More prisoners. Can't steal their cannon. Changing patterns of consumption. Sugar was once a rarity, a rare luxury, had been imported from Maghreb or the Middle East. As the world has opened up and the purchasing power of our urban class increased, sugar may still be considered a luxury, but not quite an affordable one. Popularization of sugar. Dentists are gonna love that. Almost Sonato time. Kani Honey Market is low on salt now. Sonato. Game Decor, Chinchilla. -5. It's somehow increased if you take this off. That's with the extra we have here. $800 guys. Let's try to siege a bit more of them. Maybe I could break them and make them willing to give me things on the cheap. Poland, please. They keep on trying to steal my stuff. It's just gonna flip right back onto me, Poland. You know the score. $67 guys, basically dead. $318. $67,000 Bohemians. who have chosen not to involve themselves with this war. Are they fighting anybody? Only the rebellion against Bohemia, and that's it. Where was that? 64,000 French? Is that why they're not ready to surrender yet? They have all their armies off fighting Hungary in the HRE. Not covering their own home front, but they're too enthusiastic for those battles? And that is a whole lot of regulars too. That's probably the remaining strong bulk of their army. Egypt's occupied out there. Cognac, great-grandma's favorite. -5, France. 72. -72. I don't think that they're going to acquiesce anytime soon. I don't know why. -10 for defending against sieges, war score, enthusiasm. %30 enthusiasm. Base of 75. They got some exhaustion. Casus Belli is given +10. Military strength is -30. Ally in a war, -10. Alliance war score sucks. Okay, let's keep an eye over here, see where they go. Because I do got lots of guys close by. Keep an eye on the Overwhelmer out of the siege. I'll seeing where they pop up if they do. A son is born! The Angio line has been secured. This could very well be the final Angio male. Roberto, Carlo, Luigi. I think I'll go with Roberto. Little Roberto Angio. Alright, now we could safely die. Close enough to max. And this guy can't assault. 10,000's too low, it turns out. We got Province. That'd be the Provin ground. Where are they going? Bergama. To the Ottomans? Oh, that again? Again? Where's my Hungarians? Come on, Hungary. Go free up one of these guys and move him around over. It's only 10,000 dudes, too. That's nothing. Alright, so I almost forgot about the Senato. Let's wait until the 31st. There they are. Try to sneak in under. It's a good plan, sneaking that way. But now I could pinch him in from 2 directions. I said, give me the cognac. Okay, 31st October. Sonato really should be all the way to the left. It might not be, oh shit, there's a war, oh shit, there's a situation, oh shit, there's a plague. But you don't want to miss it. Market regulation. Trade efficiency, then extra benefit for merchants, trade advantage, market expansion. Cheaper trade maintenance or burger capacity. At 2222, there's nothing else I would want. $56, $48, $58. Nah. Market expansion. Now, of course, we gotta do additional taxes first. That's the point of getting the Senato at the very, very end. Huh. Had a Powell 1968, bottled 6 days ago. Today we have a Powell 1926. We're getting the entire Powell family. Thank you for the follow. Let's see. Nobles will tax all the way up until 50. Commoners, I could tax them beyond 45, but I like progressive tax. We'll tax them the least. $66.33 tax for burgers. And 56 for nobility. Imagine even getting that in real life. And how's the demand for gold still doing? Very, very minimal. 149 and gaining 555 a month. Ugh. For the next campaign, I gotta figure out how to better refine the trade. I got all these colonies all over the world, with lots of raw resources, but so little's coming my way. And now that this is the launch campaign staple with the new patch stapled onto it, at 0 loyalty for everybody, fat chance doing things like, what is it? Divert trade or whatever else. More things for the next times. So, laws I'm fine with for now. Levies are fine. Casus Belli we can't use because... not that. Because endless rebellions above 95. Individualist? No. Traditional ideas? No. Traditional economy? They're giving me nothing with the things I don't want. I like communal. I like innovative. And capital economy, I was aiming for mostly for the production efficiency. But right now we only get a 6.95 production efficiency. Which is nice. But lots of other places we have are ranging from 20, if we haven't been investing into it, to 40 and beyond. So being in capital economy for right now isn't being the make or break point. Traditional has more expensive buildings by just 10%, but you get more raw materials, population capacity up, and people like to scrounge around for population capacity, and food production an extra 20% at max. So given that capital economy, the primary benefits is production efficiency and building costs, I think traditional might be alright for me. More food, so people aren't starving as much. Population capacity, so whether you just want more population for more workers, or you want more population to advance places from rural to town to cities, I can get production efficiency from so many other sources. So maybe going traditional for the economy is not too bad. Though I'm still moving 0.24 a month towards capital. I would have to shift my my values around, my different privileges. Maybe some of my laws to move away from capital. Trade income versus tax base gives capital economy. Most profitable first employment system gives a solid 0.1. Percentage of burghers. Burgher controlled mining operations 0.05. Guild investments 0.05. Land of commerce 0.05. Percent of peasants is 0.06, and we are primarily a country of peasants. Okay. And then address burger mansion complaints. -10 burger satisfaction. Alright. And it's only a few burger mansions. Free village complaints? Now you're asking for too much. I like my peasants. I prefer favoring my peasants. Increase opinion. Of Sweden? Okay. Does it affect me any? Now where are you going? You came west? -5 support, or -10 privilege. I'll take the -10 privilege. I'm at 93 somehow. He came west, then down, popped up here. So where are you going? Gore, maybe? And we're gonna meet up there? Max siege morale. Had to learn that's now separate from the actual morale. "47 guys, that one's about done. I should wait a tick, let these finish. Maybe we'll get a breach, maybe not. But because I keep clicking the assault, we don't get to finish that tick. Can't finish that one. 19 guys, you're finished. Then all this to include a couple more cities. Forget about you. Alright. So they are gonna meet and fight over here. The legendary, oft alluded to, meet and fight kingdom. 21,000? Should I march this guy back on down? Replenish them while the rest of them come up? Still kicking their asses. General 13th Army. Great. Undefended here. Get on in. They got trains still here, right? I can see the texture of those tracks. Shouldn't take too long to reinforce. But we broke one of their flanks. Even with no leader. 13 losses to finish them off. We doubled the kills. Alright, well, we've now got so much of France occupied. We kicked another of their army's ass. Surely, they'll be willing to acquiesce now. Minus 70. Alright, what if I say no to Quercy? Minus 35 still. Is it because of Bazadias? Minus 18? They're just being stubborn. They won't be happy until I have their entire country occupied. Network error. Let me see how my bitrate is doing. $13, 11,331 drop frames. It's only 1.4%, that's a lot. Maybe France will be more willing once we take out Tunis. Take out Spain. You know, the fewer people who are adding on to the war, the cheaper all the other costs become. Which means that if Bohemia did get involved, it would probably be impossible to ask for anything. More prisoner executions in Prague. The Czech are super confused whenever we march another set of French prisoners to the capital to murder them in broad daylight in the square. Minus 10. What do you mean 101? Somehow the cost increased. They raised the price on me. Fine. Minus 3 still? Come on, baby. Maybe when these flip over. Minus 1. There. It's not the entirety of it. But they got that weird new math going. That still takes more of this core area. More of the central Mediterranean coast. And a bit of their cash. Not that I need it. 180,000. 7,700 per month. To Italy, to Italy, to Italy. And now that Tunis is out of the running, and a bit of that alliance wealth, that alliance power is cut out of the equation, France... Minus 17. So starting to look a bit more reasonable. Spain. Minus 28 for just these bits. What if I say no to the... You know what? They're probably a little bit upset that we're dividing their land some. If I give them coast, doesn't matter. +6 if I leave Telemken behind. And then Sevilla. -32, of course. What if I take Madrid? -2, 14, -27. They're easy to beat. And we're taking more of their stuff. Tunis is losing a lot more. They're becoming completely inland now. So the next war we do with them, they're a lot more compact. So put one group over here, maybe two. One group here, one for the capital, one in the west. Because they like to come down this way too. And that'll also knock any Spaniard that tries to come over from this way. And Spain can't protect this as easily. If they get another revolt over here, or if Morocco or Tunis decides that Spain isn't quite the good buffer state after all. Don't you start chugging along, game. 600 defenders. But since we're finished with Tunis and Spain, let's get some of these guys stationed for the next time. $13,900. And move some of the others over on east. You will keep here. And let's say you will move on over to the Ottoman territory. Where is my other giant fleet for boats? Coalition disbanded. Well, maybe this time then? Maybe this time Bohemia will start the next coalition. Okay, France. Now it's only you, Ottomans, and the not very Egyptian Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. They'll still want to siege down Algila if they want to fully erase Barca. That is their capital after all. So Egypt, yeah. It'd be easy too, there's no castle there. But France, -17 for just that. For just that. Taking their capital, kicking their army's ass, and occupying so much of their country. -17 still. Come on. You gotta give me more than that. Let's see. I could try to take more against the Ottomans too. Get a bit more of Inland Anatolia. We have a lot of Polish and Hungarian hanging around these areas. They do a little bit of sieging and then they mostly hang around. Avalon, Chris type. This is getting low, 29,000. But there's only 5 guys left for defending. 5 guys defending only. Who else is low quantities? 495, 550, you guys just got there. $41,000, 42 against 29,000. Could I pause the game quickly? Because this guy, these stacks don't have any commander on them. But they're still running away. Every time I think I pause, it keeps staying blue. Lucky that they didn't get caught then. Were they going tours? Yeah, let's do more Ottoman bullying. And these guys have still done nothing. Can they not afford any more soldiers? Are they completely out of peasants to levy up? 42k remaining. Who's with them? Dortmund? But it's mostly French. And then once these guys all weaken themselves out, these two should be ready to go on further. With not a whole lot of land to take over, so mostly just kicking these guys' ass. I'm also gonna have to build some more soldiers to take on Bohemia. Swarming over France was alright, swarming over Spain was alright, but that left nobody behind in case Bohemia did join the war. So I got lucky that my plan didn't go the way I wanted. Where are you going to? Kanakale? More prisoners gotten. But Bohemia is so far away, just kill him. Looks like they've liberated Bursa. That's what these guys here like to do. They'll occupy a place, go away for a bit, let them liberate it, come back eventually. They're basically treating it like a Turkish vacation. 39,000, 16,000. They still have lots and lots of regulars, so I can see why they still have some foolish confidence. They're not using it on me. Minus 8%. We're better against Bohemia. Started by Essex. At 6 is gonna prove that Bohemia could bleed. Who else is sieging? You all the way out here? For 431 people? And where's my other boats? They get here yet? Almost. Oh, look who's showing up now that we've taken their capital. Or landed their capital. Yeah, boss, we're working. We're we're just delayed. It's a traffic, you know? 0 defenders? Fort has a full... Is this one of those 0 garrison castles? Fort level 2, 0 out of 0. Fort defense minus 90. $2,000 guys. 3,000 guys. That should be enough to undo this. They got 0 defenders. Anybody would have been enough. Let's see what the damage with the Ottomans is. We haven't done much with them because the Ottomans got neutered a whole long time ago. So I don't really care about them. If I dare to take anything. Minus 49. We have 7 war score. Alright, so what if I want to take, let's say, Hamid? Adana, perhaps? And then Cyprus. 142, because Cyprus is too valuable. 95. Cyprus alone is worth so much. I like the thought of holding Cyprus, but it's a pretty expensive ask. Usak. Come on, again, if I'm building or selecting things, am I really trying to click on little flags everywhere? No. Obviously, no. $80. Do I care to go a bit more inland? Not really. What if I take a bit more coast? Some Bolu? 63 in Bolu? I'm gonna get Cyprus. More Mediterranean domination. That's 69 for Cyprus alone. Minus 43. Do I care enough? Georgia? You're fighting the Georgians now, Mamluks? Georgia-Egypt war. Take the capital Al-Ruha. Crusade, rebellion against Basra. You know, I could probably just march some levies on down too. $16,000. We'll march over here and siege it. Barca shouldn't have any appreciable armies remaining. 523! Oh man! Oh, their guys are up there. Successful bureaucracy. Successful bureaucracy, more tax efficiency. Cool. Stealing my sieges still. Oh, Bergama's on siege itself. Don't need you guys after all, go on home. Whoa, does 26,000 too little? There's only 70 guys. 70 guys and they can't siege it. 23 can. Against 500, against 300. But 26,000 cannot. I guess for the fort level is too high. They got the portcullis locked and nobody has a key. Which one was it here? Yeah. 70 people is one easy assault. But not for them. Akka successful. Perigo. All alone. Toul has been occupied or being sieged down. Which one are you? Rochelle? Not Roche Fort? The fort in La Roche is not in Roche Fort, it's in La Rochelle. It's the Greenland Iceland thing, they name it just to trick you. Christiana Pietas. Now since I am looking at almost 200,000 money, let me take a break from this war to build some buildings. Steel mill is still good money. Apparently. Firearms manufactory. Are you sure you say 12.83? In Iparuka be 12.83? But Iparuka is not directly one of mine, is it? I think they're including colonial prices. But I'm not building stuff for them, they could build their own stuff. And I'm definitely not building firearms to help out my colonies against me, no thank you. They can get their own. Lacquerware is still good money as always. Printing manufactories. But they probably want me to bulk buy, not just 1, but like 10 at a time everywhere. Since we did connect this bit of the coast to that bit of the coast, somebody is now in need of more railroads. No railroad here yet? Oh. I failed myself. But now connect the railroad to Algeria, to Tunis. And more through here. Wow. Totally what I wanted to do. There you go, you goober. But I guess I'll build one here. Not that I need it. Okay. See how France is looking again? 18% war score against Egypt now that all of his allies are bleeding out. 43 still. For just that and that. Just that and that. I'm not asking for so much, France. They act like I'm trying to take the entire country away from them. They're being ridiculous. $26,000, go and replenish. Did they stop marching? No. But hey, we got extra reinforcement speed and time to replenish a few more guys. 27,000 go reinforce. 19k. 61 guys. Just destroy them. $152, that's barely anything. $200 guys. Sure. Now, I don't really need to take anything from Ottomans. It'd be nice to take Cyprus. But I don't need Cyprus. It's only minus 29. So if I keep it up, I can do it. Adrianos and Avalon done. Hungary wants food access? I'm gonna say no. Wait, Spain has requested food access. Spain! Spain. Why do you want food access? Bar a Ghazal Spain war? Who dat? Nah. They don't need food access with me for that. They don't really need commander for 16,000 against 500. But marching so long across the deserts, and they're already locked in, is going to take so much of their morale. I might as well give them whatever advantage I can. They're already going to start half dead. I should have stopped them in Ashbaya and then made them continue, but no. Well, they won. They got their win, now they just have to sit there and occupy. Oh, they got this one already? Now let's go crossover. As the morale wheel tops off, you could really tell the Breath of the Wild influence, the stamina for the assaults basically being the stamina wheel. Five guys, it's done over here. And that's just a town. Cordon is done. Diliac is done, so all this can start ticking on over on its own too. Poiters. Angers, this guy will cover. Mortagne has no castle to it, then all this would go with it. $10,000 Ottoman dudes. We're hoping for a fight. The Sonata got buried behind everything else. Damascus Sham. Is there a tiny little leg there that makes Angers cover here, and also all the way down there? It looks like it. Yeah, just a little tiny leg. Alright. We'll go to Angers instead. $40, $40, $30. 40, 30. Gonna fully overwhelm France pretty soon. Do you think when Hungary occupies here, they're gonna be nice and flip it over to me? Occupied by Hungary. By you mean by Italy? By Italy? There we go. Occupied by Italy. They're not gonna do a repeat when we were warring over here before. And I would have had some nice contiguous conquest. But what does Hungary do but take a little bit over there? And makes it too disjointed to take what I want. And I gotta give up on precious piece of land until the next time, hence their occupation of Thessaly here. The jerks. I'm under a million. Finally under a million. I'm down to half of what I had before. Monthly production's only up to 923,000 though. Huh. Did I lose some, wouldn't say core areas, but have I lost any primary culture areas? The Neapolitanization of Italy is still going strongly. There's more cattle, and if I gotta build more stuff there too. Yet in La Rochelle. There is more France that is me than not me at this point. Just give it up already, buddies. This is just some toxic masculinity going on here. You don't need to try so hard, it's alright. Nobody expects success from you anymore. There they are. No crash game. You don't gotta be so sluggish right now. I'm getting worried. The way it's been going steadier and steadier, because it has been 8 hours of stream. And so the game has been open for several hours. It doesn't seem to like to be open for several hours. It doesn't seem to like being open for a few hours. So don't crash on me when I made all this progress on France. Minus 29. Minus 29, minus 29 both. What if I used Egypt to take things away from France? Nah, still wouldn't work. Minus 40. I mean, it kinda could, if I occupied more of Egypt. The cost is still high. So with Egypt, what would I want? To finish coloring those parts of the map for me. And that's basically it. Only minus 19 if I want that from the Ottomans. Now, as long as they still hold bits of Philistine, we can keep doing crusades against them. They don't like this because I'm cutting them in half, right? 2 fractured, minus 30. This also puts me in something of a disadvantaged position if I try to take more of the coast away from them, because they have all this that they could just wail in on. Wail in on. I'm pretty defensible with what I got here. But I could just take a little bit more behind Libya, and then a bit of their coast like that. Ottomans, I want Cyprus. France, I am not asking for a lot. You don't gotta try as hard as you're trying. Havana's asking us for gold. And are using favors. How much diplomatic reputation do I have right now? How could I check that? Diplomacy, maybe? Diplomatic reputation of 13.34. Ah, forget it. Havana's already got zero loyalty. They're ready to rebel whenever they want. I'm not gonna give rebellious subjects more money. 13 digit, only 13,000? Only 13,000. That's it. Okay, sure. As long as it's petty change. Okay, these guys are ready to go on the offensive again. Only a few tiny areas to jump between now. I'll let them finish their tick here. Itapicuru asks for raid against France? Forget it. Free legitimacy for me. Oh, there's a little tiny castle there we haven't taken. Change of plan. Come this way. It got buried in all the other hash marks. We've gone beyond France and made our way over to the channel. And they still don't want to give up. I get it, I do. But I'm not asking for over 100% war score here. I'm asking for a very, very reasonable 83. 12. It's down to minus 12. I think they are starting to feel the pinch. Manashol. $451 guys. 550. 152. 500 dudes. Bohemians makes us so unhappy. They've been missing out on a prime opportunity to fight with us and upend this entire war effort. They could have been a part of this. $19,000. We'll have to rest these guys in a little bit. Chuk. Don't tell me Chuk turned French. French Chuk. What kind of cursed reality did I can't look. I can't look. Next campaign. We'll maintain civilization of the next campaign. How cute. They're trying to undo my occupations there. They might actually, because I have not been leaving garrisons behind any place. Who's closest? These guys, I'm pretty sure. All the way down here. 10 defenders! $193. We'll march these guys on down, replace them, have these guys sit over here for a few months. Game, you don't gotta be too slow. I'm only clicking. I know there's lots of pretty graphical stuff, but you don't have to overthink to click. Click is just a click. Forgot this guy. I keep forgetting this little bit. It's so invisible down there. We've captured the Lamentation for God. Do we have any more armies to worry about? 55,000 guys. And who knows where they are, because they're definitely not here. $1781. We're getting very close to the final century. How's my little Roberto? 69 years of age, and I got myself a newborn infant. He's not even 1 year old yet. You know he's gonna get an expensive education. Do you think he's gonna be slow? What are the odds that the final Catholic scion of the Angio dynasty ends up with one of the stupid traits? 2,000 defenders. Don't mind if I do. Status quo. And they're fleeing. Bohemia's army. You could have been fighting us, Bohemia. You could have been the fly in our ointment. But you inexplicably chose to be nice. Look at all these gonna pop over. Excuse me, I said click. Sometimes it just makes a click sound, but doesn't actually click. It's like they know the click order's coming in, but they haven't exactly put on their pants yet. They're not ready. And so they just have one of the guys backstage go, click! Click! Until the guy who's supposed to finish the click runs on up. Belt undone. Socks not even matching. Can't do anything there. Oh, there's no point to this, because all that's flipping over anyway. Go to Tartus. Then we'll go be relief over at Bordeaux and see how everybody in France is doing. I don't see how they could still resist. The poor music's getting stuttery too. 0! The demand is an even 0. And it's only for such little amounts. Just a little bit more of the coast, just a little bit more to fill in the gap here. They're really making me pull teeth. Six. That could be enough. But then there's no more threats of siege. There's no ongoing siege. They're all occupied, there's no more ongoing, and so that gives me a less score overall. Okay, you have Dijon when you finish. If you finish. Level 2 fort, easy squeezy. Better yet, go here first. There. Couple more occupations, couple more sieges to go with the occupations we gained. France! I saw the +2 weight and got excited that was for France. +2! +2 finally! Just for that and just for that. Could I squeeze anything of a lesser value? 10... 3... 5... You don't need this, do you? They need that one. What about Le Pew? We want Le Pew? -3, 2? Okay. I'll just get my ball. We got so much money. If I didn't want the land to make the map look prettier. Maximum is 5 loans, totaling 88,900. What's that martial skill mean? Is my military ability... That's for war score. That's a war score symbol, not the military symbol. I thought maybe if I had more military ability, I could squeeze out more money from them. Okay, I'll just take this from France. Which means all of these guys can go back. We'll send a few more down here. Send them back to Italy side to ideally be the anti-Bohemia force, because as you can see, the anti-Bohemia force and the anti-French force all became the anti-French force. So I've got to make more guy. But our border with France has also shrunk. So even though they got to keep a whole lot more of their territory, a whole lot of their territory only got so little off of them. It's not as much of a jut down going this way. So with 1, 2, 3 guys stationed pretty much at every peak, it'd be easier to intercept them. 7th Army, go relax. Just one more front to worry about now. Mam's like, hey, what about me? What about you, Mamluks? What you Mamlooking at? I should take more from here too. What about something like that? No, minus 41. Oh, 103. That little bit right there is too much then. Okay, we can get that in a future war. 48. They don't have as much money. Oh wait, I'm checking Ottomans. Ottomans? So now it's just only Egypt and Ottomans. Minus 12 still? Famagusta alone doubles it. So what if we left Eastern Cyprus to them and we take Western Cyprus? And finish off this coast here. 76. As opposed to 67. $69. 71. $83. Or I could ignore Cyprus completely and just take more of this coast. Have Cyprus be their final stronghold in the Mediterranean and take it the next time. Because then that just puts us at minus 3. And I would much rather bring this war to a close. But first, we got more railroads to build, don't we? Connect you to this network. Connect you there. Controller? Oh, it's going through France. I don't want to go through France. Forget that France. That's connection enough for now. Even this is down to 27. That's okay. So, the anti-Spanish forces, the anti-Tunisian forces, anti-French forces I think are alright. Anti-Egyptian speaks for itself. Since Mamluks got neutered a whole long time ago. Or if I put one token force to hold back the Ottomans the next time, that'd simplify things a little bit. Bordur is done. So, one extra occupation. +4? Oh, -5 still. Come on, don't make me beg. We're basically also done with Egypt, so I don't even have to keep on doing this. But they're also down to 28. Lower Egypt finish integrating. Okay, who to integrate next? We got more to integrate. Cyrenaica, Tripoli. Got more about Maghreb al Adna. Maghreb al Aswat. Let's do Tripoli first. 0.42 completion. I keep picking the big ones. Fort level 4, fort level 2. Let's do the smaller forts so we can. Seven defenders left. Come on, just finish them off. And now we just need whatever little amount of war score to get them to give up. And they're not wanting to do it. And look who's back. Did I actually put any guys on here? I did not. And so Bursa has been undone again. Bursa! Back and around. They flipped it to Hungary. And Hungary is not going to flip it to me. So, you guys keep away. Let them unsiege this first. Let them do their thing. So much stolen valor in this game. I didn't realize I was already knocked out. And so they flip it over to them and then back to their boss. But it does ultimately count as war score for us, for our side, yeah? -0. Okay, almost done then. Combined arms bonus. Now, I might not be a pro at this game and might not understand the best composition, but I do naturally tend towards combined arms apparently, so now that there's a bonus for it, that'll do good by me. There. Another occupation. What do you say, Ottomans? Turn that +0. Turn that -0 to a +1. I got excited. +16, I could ask for war reparations. But +2 is alright. Give me more coast for later. I'll take Cyprus away from them after they complete the island. And now that just leaves Egypt. The Mamluks proudly standing alone. I'm not going to touch Philistine, because as long as they hold half of it, we could still do crusades against them. Antikaya alone turns 53 into 108. What if I just take everything around it? 44, because now they're cut off. You got a coast, though. You got coastal presence. Although I suppose it helps doing it like this, because then they get fewer coast. And with fewer coasts, they won't be able to maintain as big of a fleet. Alright. Seas Land Treaty. And war reparations. Add more cash. And that's enough for me. $828,000 casualties on our side. Primarily, that's a lot of assaults. How much population have I lost overall? We didn't dip. Important thing is that all those assaults and all those casualties didn't make a dent in our population. Oh, look at that. Proper desert fill-in, proper wasteland. And even contiguous control all the way along the coast of the southern Mediterranean. From here we almost get contiguous control up until the Aegean and then the Adriatic. The Bankers' War, so that's zero progress. Overlord and the Subject Revolter War. We can't even wipe peace out. Cannot negotiate separate peace as an Overlord. So, the Bankers' War between Medici and Leon is never going to end. It's just never going to end. So, right now, maximum 5-year manpower used to be 1.5 million. Now it's only 900,000, which is interesting. I don't think I've lost any buildings, but I do still want to try to pull Bohemia into a war. I don't know how I'm going to, because I do see Bohemia as a final boss, and they control Novara, and I want to take Novara for Italy. The scheme to crusade on the Mamluks, to pull in the coalition, to pull in France in the coalition, and thus pull in the ally, didn't work. Maybe it would have, if Bohemia wasn't already in 3 wars. And so I don't know if France was unable to ask for their allies to help, being coalition attached to the crusade, or if France was able to, but Bohemia wasn't able to respond positively with so many wars going on at once. And I'm pretty sure all this here is revolts that must not have gone their way. They weren't as pockmarked. Unless they were and they just absorbed this instead. But I just want to take a stab at that Novara. But I can't. Even if I try to do these one by one by one by one by one by one by one, there's too many growing up after them. Actually, it looks as if there's a little bit of a pause. Because there are a whole lot more .4s, zeros, .3s, .7, .8. We got a whole lot up here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to chop through them all. I think that's just impossible. But I keep getting network error on the tablet. And the bitrate's fine, but we have lost 15,647 frames, a whole 1.7 maintained. So I think I should call this quits before the Wi-Fi degrades any further. The main focus so far was to try to take on Bohemia through a scheme of alliances and obligations. Didn't quite work. We got a bit more land out of it. And a bit more information. If I'm going to take on and actually take on Bohemia. One, two, three to pinch Spain should be good enough. 1, 2, and 3 to encircle and pinch on Tunis should be good enough. 5,250 dudes. They've lost all their richest areas too. They can't afford anything now. The Mamluk should also be rather gutted. They got 15 heavy ships. Oh, the ships I've been building have shown their worth today. And since we don't have Tunis hanging out over here, 3 for Egypt seems a bit much now. I think 2 armies for Egypt would be plenty. We could put 1 over here to bounce around as needed. And then 2 over here. Just encapsulate over them. And then for the Ottomans, we could put 1 more Ottoman force, just for all things Ottoman. And I'm thinking 2 more armies here, at least, if we're seriously going to take on Bohemia. Maybe it turns out that we don't, and this is simply the final shape of the Kingdom of Italy. No, maybe not final. We could still do some more crusades against Egypt, and then take more Spain out. We got the save in, so for now, we even got a little baby boy, so Angio line is secured for the next generation. On the final Catholic Angio. And let me just make sure, little Roberto, Neapolitan Catholic. Didn't end up taking the mother's religion. Sorry, Shamkir, you're lovely, you performed your royal duty well, but the entire point is we need another scion to unite Hungary and Poland. And so, that is going to be it for tonight. Let's see who is online for us to throw a little raid onto. Duke's on, Bard's on, Bill Bull is on. I think maybe no raid tonight. We'll just call it here. and then prep for tomorrow. We've only got very few years left remaining. What are we at now? Since the game is still up, let me check on that quick. 1781. 1781. And the game ends in 1836 December. "55 more years left. We're officially under a century. And since we're juggling between all these revolts and independence wars, and by juggling I mean we're sticking on one to make sure none other fires, we're kind of breezing through the decades pretty quickly. By year 50, the truce with Egypt is going to expire again, and we should maintain the papal bull that allows crusades. You're going to be into the modern era and still doing crusades of the 19th century. But hey, if they keep giving it to me. So for now, folks, thanks for hanging out. We'll be back at this tomorrow. And very quickly, we're going to be getting to the end of our first full Europa Universalis 5 campaign. So, see you then.
はちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手チョップで橋を割ったら牛丼片手にダンシングロックンロール強い当たり前素敵そりゃそうさかわいい照れるな手の突っ張りはいらんですよ。言葉の意味はよくわからんが、とにかくすごい自信だ。レスラー怪獣、私が相手だと。